If you wanna run away with me, I know a galaxy and I could take you for a ride. I had a premonition that we fell into a rhythm where the music don't stop for life. Glitter in the sky, glitter in my eyes, and it's the way life. If you're feeling like you need a little bit of company, you met me at the perfect time. You want me, I want you, baby. No sugar boo, I'm levitating. No Milky Way, we're renegading. Yeah, 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 yeah. I got you. Moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance to me. I'm levitating you. Moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance to me. I'm levitating. I believe that you're for me, a feeling in our energy. I see us written in the stars. We can go wherever, so let's do it now and never, baby. Nothing's ever too far. Glitter in the sky, glitter in the eyes, shining just the way we are. I feel like we're forever every time we get together, but whatever, let's get lost on Mars. You want me, I want you, baby. No sugar boo, I'm levitating. No Milky Way, we're renegading. Yeah, 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 yeah. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night, come on, dance to me. I'm levitating you. Moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance to me. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. So you can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah, 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 yeah. My love is like a rocket, watch it blast off. And I'm feeling so electric, thoughts are all soft. And even if I wanted to, I can't stop. My love is like a rocket, watch it blast off. And I'm feeling so electric, thoughts are all soft. And even if I wanted to, I can't stop.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny New York, New York, ladies and gentlemen. New York, baby. It's an East Coast kid. Wednesday, August 2nd, 2023, here in sunny New York, and it's 2:15 p.m., and I am right on time, but kind of late for New York purposes. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live and alive. And I hope you're all having a fantastic one. I certainly am. That was HasanAbi sings Levitating by Dua Lipa AI cover, Hasan X Dua. You know, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life. And, you know, we're still going to do that. That's precisely what we're going to do here. Because I'm live and I'm alive. You must have seen this song on Twitter. Oh, the Sexy Baby one or whatever. Ooh, there's a couple things I need to do here. 1 second. I need to log on to my Twitter account. Forgot that. I'm on a new computer here. I am currently in a facility that I've utilized before. Coming to you live from New York. Wonderful that they allowed me to work here. I am not utilizing Murat's equipment. No, I did not do that for such a short trip because it's only a 2-day trip. I'm just using a facility that I've used before. Like I said, there's no reason to use. One second. So, for the record, for those of you who are wondering, you might be thinking, Hasan, what do you mean? Why are you in New York? What's happening? I don't understand. Well, I'll tell you that in a brief moment. Let me just go through all of this. How the fuck do I change my goddamn Twitter so it doesn't look... Oh, there it is. Display. I had to dim my Twitter first and foremost. All right. Yes, that's right. I'm in Trump Tower, ladies and gentlemen. Is this Johnny Harris's CIA cubicle? Yes. You gonna be back in time for leftovers tomorrow? Yes, you fucking parasocialists. Yes. All right. Logged on to my Twitter. We're good. Okay, so let me begin. So this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in my life in between the time period where I pressed the stop streaming button and pressed the start streaming button. And plenty has happened in that time. Monday, I live streamed. I ended the broadcast. I got on a plane. I flew to New York on an overnight plane ride, which was, it was fine. It's whatever. It's a relatively short trip. Except the issue is it's maybe a little too short for a successful red eye. Because as you guys know, I'm a very successful flyer. I pride myself on that. I pride myself on being a flyer that is excellent. No time wasted. Boom, boom, boom. Hand luggage only, hand carried luggage only, that sort of thing. It's only a 2-day trip. It's not a big deal. So, this was unfortunately a little too short of a red eye. It's only 5 hours. So Murad and I, we took Tylenol PMs, which was a mistake. Because the Tylenol PM is fine if you fall asleep, but then you got to wake up. And in a 5-hour ride, I had to wake up 5 hours later, which of course was not great. I got 4 hours of sleep or whatever, and then we checked into a hotel near Newark Airport, right next to Newark Airport, actually, so we could sleep a little bit more until my mom's dissertation happened. Now, for those of you who don't know, my mom has been writing a thesis for some time now, for a couple years. It is about the Orientalist influences from the later part of the 1800s all the way to the Gilded Age. And she had to defend that thesis. It was a 6-year project in the making, and she finally was able to do that. No, not like Edward Said. Orientalism as a interior design. Orientalist influences in interior design. So it's a little bit different. Like interior architecture. So that's what she did. She did that. She defended it boldly and brilliantly. And she passed. And, they gave her the revisions. It was a gruesome experience to watch. I am not too familiar with it, as I am simply just a Bachelor of Arts and Sciences guy. I only have a BA. I'm the only one of the family who doesn't have a graduate or higher. No masters, no graduates, no nothing, no PhD. Yes, because I'm a fucking L-receiving, uneducated loser. But I was unfamiliar with the process. My dad is familiar with it. Murad's familiar with it. Anyway, this was 6 years culmination. Lots of reading, lots of research, lots of writing. So, it was great to finally get there. It's great to watch that happen. It was also, however, kind of a ruthless process when you see someone whose entire life's work for 6 years be brought in full display of your professional peers and, you know, the head of the graduates program and all of this stuff, and then you have to defend it, and then they kind of like rip it apart, and I was just sitting there like white knuckling through the entire meeting thinking like that they're dissing my mom, and I was frustrated, but like she was very happy at the end of it. She's like, no, that was great actually. So that was an interesting experience to watch. And then after that, I was going to come into New York after that process was done, which it was. I got us a hotel room in New York where we were going to be staying. And then I was planning on streaming. But because I was so incredibly tired, I instead got to the hotel and I passed out. Like, I had this whole process set up for myself. I was going to stream, no day off, you know what I mean? Maybe a short one on Tuesday and then another one today. And, of course, all hell broke loose, as always. Donald Trump did everything right once again, and they indicted him once again. The most indicted man in America. But, yeah, I passed out. I woke up in between. Saw some Reactgate drama, some further Reactgate drama. And then I immediately went back to sleep, only to wake up to go eat at this restaurant that my brother had set up for us. Some French restaurant with 2 Michelin stars called Daniel. That's where we went last night. And let me tell you, the chef's name is Daniel Belud. Okay. And holy moly, it was crazy. Okay. This is some decadent dining right here. I mean, this is for obviously a celebration. You know, we're breaking the bank, busting it out for you know, a special occasion, obviously, but it was definitely worthy. Do you have any picks? I did not take any picks, but here, I'll show you this. Executive pastry chef Sean Velez's dessert techniques to help you understand like what we're looking at. It was insane. Lots of flowers, you know, things like that. But it was pretty crazy. Anyway, no escargot. I did eat a lot of foie gras though, because the menu changes regularly at this restaurant. Apparently, they constantly cycle through it. Everything is like locally sourced. So you were eating like, you know, Pennsylvania rabbits. Did you die of starvation? No, because the reality is, at these places they cheat. Every Michelin restaurant that you ever go to, if you ever are fortunate enough to experience one of these things, they always will give you small portions, but they'll load you up with the best bread you've ever had in between. The best bread and the best butter you've ever had in your entire life. So watch The Bear on Hulu. They show how the kitchen works a little bit. Yeah, that's what I did. I don't eat bread, so they would not please me. No, this bread and butter, you make do, okay? If you're not a big bread eater, you eat this fucking bread. Anyway, I had some rabbit dish. It was a 4-course meal. You pick one from each individual course. I had some rabbit, Pennsylvania's very own rabbit. It was all right. And at first I thought, oh man, this is going to be a little underwhelming, I think. But I was wrong. Let me tell you, folks, the second course was the foie gras. And I don't know where the fuck they got this duck, but it's a flambe for One Piece fans. You already know what that is. It was a flambe foie gras that they, whip up in front of you at the table. Not very ethical. This was probably the least ethical meal I could have had from a vegan perspective. I apologize to the vegans. Because as you guys know, foie gras is illegal in some places because they just fucking, the way it's done is they just shove a thing down the throat of a duck and then they pump it full of lard so it has the fattiest liver possible. But of course, the cruelty and the torture makes for a profound, decadent, and incredible dining experience. Flambe does nothing, it's just for show. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I don't give a shit. The foie gras was incredible. I mean, it was better than the foie gras I had in France. There is ethical foie gras. Well, I don't know if this one was ethical or not, but let me tell you, in my tummy, it certainly felt incredible. Called out by Northern Lion. Uh-oh.
As he talked about.
What is this? Anyway, whatever. So, have I seen the cop going down the slide? Yes, I have, and a million times over. But I will watch it again. So, it was the most incredible experience I had. The foie gras was so fucking tight, but it didn't end there. The lack of ethics in my dining experience did not end there. I usually will tell you guys, I will warn you against certain selections to make. I often will tell you not to get veal. Not because it's unethical, but because it's actually not that good. Veal is not very tasty in normal circumstances because it's just not very fatty. It's just not. It's not a good cut of meat. It's not very fatty. Anyone who tells you otherwise is wrong. That's the whole point. It's like filet mignon. It basically, filet mignon is not a good cut of meat in the way that you like it's not the tastiest cut of meat. It's a good cut of meat, but it's not the tastiest cut of meat because it's not as fatty. Because the texture of the fat and the way that the fat mixes in with the protein is what makes a steak incredible. That's why if you ever have the opportunity, I would recommend going with a ribeye cut instead. Yeah. And most people that understand dining, like chefs will probably agree with me in the chat, that is like the fat is the flavor. However, this was a unique experience because we were at this place and all the other mains didn't look as good. I went with the veal, and my God, I've never had a veal like this in my entire life, and I will never have a veal like this ever again for the rest of my life. It was the butteriest, melt-in-your-mouth veal I've ever had in my entire fucking life. It was like this big. It was not that big. It was like basically this big. Whew. It better be good if it's 2 Michelin stars. Yes. Do you have to wear a suit jacket to these places? Yeah, I did wear mine. I think they had a dress code, but it wasn't that strict. You didn't have to wear a suit. I wore one anyway, but I've had veal numerous times, but it's never that good. Yeah, it's not, because veal is a trick. That's why you have to eat it breaded. You know what I mean? It's not that good. If you eat it with, if you eat it as like a veal parmesan and it's breaded all to hell, then it's fine. But like, that's just some steak dipped in butter. Anyone can do that. $4 from the Deej, Dollar General nickname, the Deej. So, still, veal parm isn't as good as chicken parm or even eggplant parm. I agree. I am not a very big fan of veal, like I said, except for this was the one instance where it was delicious. I did the 4-course prefix or the 7-course tasting. No, I did the 4-course prefix because I don't eat seafood, and I didn't want to get the 7-course because if we got the 7-course tasting menu, then it's a shitload of seafood. And if we have a shitload of seafood, I have to eat vegetarian substitutes. And I'm not trying to go to a fucking 2-star Michelin restaurant and eat a bunch of carrots. So that's the reason why I didn't want to do that. And luckily my family obliged, and they were like, you know what? We're all in this together. Let's do the 4-course tasting anyway, and go a la carte. What's your opinion on how Ruth's Chris Steakhouse prepares filet? Best steak I've ever had? It's all right. Anyway, that was incredible. The desserts were all right. I'm not like a super big... I'm a big dessert guy, but I think this was the thing that I got. I don't even know what it is, to be honest. It's like some creme fraiche style shit all around it. It's like a upscale donut. But the reason why I don't like it, and I've noticed this, the reason why I don't like upscale dining desserts, and this is going to get me attacked from everybody, is like, in order for it to be a Michelin star restaurant, every single aspect of the dining experience, all the way from the service down to each individual course, including dessert, has to be... Oh, shit. What's up? What are you doing here? Why are you here? We're in the area. Okay, well, I'm live. Are you going live? Yeah, you guys... Okay, my mom and my brother are visiting. You want to come say hi? Say hi to the camera? I'm telling them about our dining experience. Oh, yeah? Yeah.
Hey. Hello, everyone.
They can't hear you. You got to probably get closer to the microphone.
That's okay. Just said hi.
Anyway. They're saying congrats, Anne.
Oh, thank you. Tell my sister thank you.
She says thank you. All right, get out of here. Why are you taking a photo? It's for later? Okay. Call her Dr. Mom? Yeah, Dr. Anne. So, what was I saying? Oh, yeah. The reason why I don't like, the reason why I don't like dessert at places like this, honestly, is because in order for dessert to be gourmet, oftentimes I think a lot of pastry chefs and dessert chefs, like pastry chefs in general, will draw inspiration from natural sweeteners. So it's really fruity. Like all of the desserts are really fruity. And as a big sweet tooth man, I like processed sugars. And I think sometimes they need to make it processed. And I don't think they do that. And it's like there's too much fruit. And I don't really like it that much. I mean, it was fine. It was great. But as far as the experience, the decadent meal experience goes, I think like if the foie gras and the veal was like an 11 out of 10, the dessert was like an 8. Ted Navision and Schlatt on fighting you? Oh shit. I want a decadent chocolate cake from them. Yeah. Also, because skinny, rich, health-conscious women don't eat crazy desserts? No, I think it's not necessarily that hard. Brother, you know the $7 brownie sundae from Chili's is the GOAT? I mean, I think it's a little crazy. Like, some of them are insane. Wait, Alex said, Hasan is in New York City and doesn't even come and visit me at court. Very disappointing, but not surprising. Yeah. They got you good. They gave you this dessert. First of all, this dessert would have been fire. Lucas Gusano. Our waiter at a Michelin 3-star restaurant accidentally drops a black truffle at the table. They shot him in the parking lot for making a service faux pas. Yeah. No, it's nuts. Like, I'll tell you, it's so methodical. Like, for example, if you have your menu open in front of you before the server comes over, before the waiter comes over, if you have your menu open, they will not come to your table. You have to close your menu, and it literally, the waiter will materialize out of nowhere. You're like, what the fuck just happened? As soon as every single person at the table closes their menu, boom, he just pops out of nowhere. You're like, what the fuck? Or when you get up, a server will come and immediately fold your napkin. It's stuff like that. Did they run after you when you went to the restroom? No. Yeah, 100 stealth servicers is right. Did you tip? Yeah, of course, dude. What do you mean? No, I didn't tip, dude. My friend is a Michelin star fanboy. He told me about a 3-star that bought a coat warmer so you'd be comfier when leaving in the winter. That's insane. Yeah, but it's shit like that. Also, as far as like the wait staff at places like this, I mean, I'm pretty sure. Are you getting recognized? Did you get recognized? Yeah, of course. The funniest one was when I was waiting for my mom's dissertation to be over, and some kid who's like there over the weekend in the library was like, "What the fuck, Hasan?" But yeah, I've been recognized a bunch. I got recognized on the plane. Watch the Bear as a good example of what is done at these types of restaurants. I think the Bear one is a little bit exaggerated. Like, I don't know if they learn about your background and like research every single person that comes in extensively before they actually like serve you, but anyway. Watch the menu. It's a great representation of what happens at those types of restaurants. They serve humans. Is that why? They serve you human meat. Michelin kitchens are really never that insane. They're just crazily well-oiled machines. Really good restaurants just under that threshold are the wild ones. Wait, farming? What do you mean? They literally kill you at the end of the meal. T the goat going 3 for 3. Indict? What do you mean? Okay, so my girlfriend is in New York City for school right now. Please keep her safe. You don't want that. 34 MKD50 is back with another 50 gifted subs. Holy moly. Okay. So, and then today I woke up this morning. We went around. We went and did a classic touristy ass Soho experience. And that's it. It's time to blast off and get started. A kitchen I worked at fired a dude mid-service because he fucked up cutting perfectly cubic red onions 3 shifts straight. Yeah, it's like psychotic shit like that. Live from New York. Is the most indicted man in the U.S. Oh yeah, Kaya updates. I'm done. I'm never leaving Kaya with Ray again. Okay, it's over. It's Jover. That's not happening. There's drama. No, it's fucking bullshit. Like, Kaya loves her more than me, and I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. I'll say it. It's fucked up. What is this? Okay, I'll use the Oni Spumoni blast off meme here. That's what you said last time. I know, but she does take really good care of her, so. Missed opportunity for the Donald Trump blast off. Oh shit, that is a really good blast off, but yeah, we missed it. All right, anyway. I'm blasted off. Let's go. Let the people know. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and bees, we're live and alive. It's Saturday night, but not real. I don't know why I keep wanting to say live from New York. It's Saturday night. Any comments on the pic of you that Twitch posted? Yeah, I need people to understand something. I don't choose these fucking photos, okay? 34MKD50, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. I don't choose these goddamn photos. They do, okay? They put me in that outfit. There's a vibe that they're going for. It's like Y2K vibes. So, you know, I just went along with it. I was like, sure. There's way more cringe ones from this, by the way. Hasan, did you see this? It's amazing. Yes, we're going to cover the cop falling. Don't worry. This one, I don't like this.
Kaya.
Why are you showing this to me?
Oh, God. Thank you for the 50 gifted, Rashid. She's so cute. She's huge. Hasan said that she's 50 pounds now.
I don't like this.
That's half my body weight, which is kind of crazy. Come on.
Typo in the blast off. I don't care. I don't care. Just fucking let it happen. Live from my Trump is the most indicted. Yeah, whatever. Who gives a shit, dude? Fuck it. You want me to edit it? Oh, too late. I can't edit it now. Oh, I can. Here. Freaking grammar police.
No.
If Kaya ever escapes your mansion, she will destroy Los Angeles. She is Godzilla, 100%.
No, don't kick it. I'm trying to put her on the chair, but it's so hard. Ugh. I give up. I give up. I give up. More Japan outrage over Barbenheimer. The memes are amazing. Yeah, I saw that. It's really good. Japan went full 821 mode on America after the Barbenheimer shit, and it's like two of my favorite things. Japanese culture and also 9/11 memes. It's like, it's basically a story Taylor made for me. I covered it before I left. I don't know if you guys saw it or not, but what is this one? Wait, let's start out with it.
Yeah, you missed all the Lizzo discourse. You missed me giving 45 minutes of my opinion on Justin Trudeau's divorce. You're definitely watching the right Twitch channel. Do you look at does the title down here? Is it all caps? Emoji, get in here. Bullet point list of all the big news happening today. Open parentheses, gaming after. It turns out that last part was a fucking lie.
This fucking guy, bro. What the fuck? What? Why you say fuck me for, dude? Yo, chill. I already am getting ass clapped by those who I have perceived as friends. Okay? This kind of bald rage is expected. I'll be honest. It is expected. It is absolutely expected. I already got clapped by Ludwig, who, you know, is the worst person I know. Let's be real. I mean, MAGA male, 100p. Classic, typical MAGA male Ludwig behavior. Bro, don't go there. Your time will come too. I know. Whoa, what the hell? Computer is like on the fritz a little bit. Ludbuds are going to eat you alive. Ludbuds are, what are you doing? How are Ludbuds going to eat me alive? Half of them are HasanAbi heads too. Good luck. Look at this guy, bro. Do you believe it? Typical. Here's a tweet that popped off. So Neo explains this video shows HC reacting to my video. He leaves the room for 5 seconds to the video, then returns 10 minutes later making a mockery out of the fact that he's not reacting. Okay? That video went viral. Everyone is like eating XQC's ass and trying to eat my ass as well. This guy goes, except for Germa, I've never seen anything good posted about popular streamers. They radiate the same energy as the Paul brothers in 2017 with everything you hear about them being purely negative. Okay? So I have a take on this, which is, yeah, of course everything you hear about streamers is negative because people fucking clout farm. Like, if you look at Twitter to understand what I do here, I am sex trafficking children apparently, and also murdering my editors while simultaneously playing YouTube videos and leaving. Okay, that's people just straight up lie. Newsflash: nobody wants to watch 8 fucking hours of content, which is understandable. And turns out if you're live for 8 hours, then you can very clearly clip shit out of context and make it seem like this is an ongoing thing. So, yeah, obviously you're going to hear things that are negative. Your Screech and Elwig is Zach Morris. I'm sorry, this is the storyline. I don't know what that is. And it's a deeply frustrating thing, but it is what it is. It's like, yeah, guess what, dude? Of course you're not going to hear when this community raises $1.7 million for the earthquake victims in Turkey and Syria, because that's not hot for Twitter. That's not. That shit you will never hear about that. You'll never hear that this community is one of the largest individual donors of the Amazon Labor Union, because that's not hot for Twitter. Like, that's it. And people just constantly, one of the things that is always frustrating to me is like, people look at Twitter and they're like, yeah, all I hear about these guys are that they're fucking giant pieces of shit. It's like, yeah, of course you think that we're giant pieces of shit because you're just only looking at Twitter. And I don't expect you, you know, I don't expect you to like actually sit through anything, but just like have a little bit more media literacy and recognize that a lot of shit that bangs on Twitter is negative stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah, only bad stuff hits the news aggressively. So that's the reason why you only hear, like, Germa is a wonderful beacon of light in this space. I do agree. He's very creative. He's bold. He's great. But ultimately, the reason why you don't hear about bad things about Germa is because, you know, he streams. He exclusively does like creative stuff that pushes the boundaries. But he is not like, he's insane. It's impossible to meet that standard. And plus, he has a very loving and adoring community that isn't constantly up his asshole to like cut negative content. Anyway, Ludwig hit the classic Doug, Northern Lion, Virtual, Squeaks, Foosly, Cutie, Sea Dog, Iron Mouse, Moo Moo, Todic, Lily Pichu. There's a lot of good streamers, which is right. These guys are great. And I said jokingly hello, and everybody ate my ass, like as though we're not fucking friends. You know what I mean? He also plays video games, which is someone else's content, but gamers decided it's acceptable versus reacts, which I guess are different somehow. Yeah, it does matter. You're valid, Hasan. Don't let the bandwagon haters win. I don't think the bandwagon haters are winning anything regardless. Maybe he said that because you're too controversial. Yeah, I know. So I did not take my Pelican setup to New York City because I'm only here for 2 days. You're a pathetic excuse for a streamer, useless leech. Well, thank you, based MAGA Pete. I'm glad you're in here, and I hope you can stick around for a little bit longer. And, get to take it in fully and recognize that maybe a lot of the stuff that you see online that is usually slanted in a negative way is maybe exaggerated a little bit. I think this whole Reactgate 2023 has some good points, but also a lot of virtue signalers that just want to jump on the hate bandwagon. Yeah. So, like I said, a lot of this is directed almost entirely at XQC. I've already gone through my Reactgate stuff a million times over. But I still posted this regardless, just for people who may want the truth. There's not a lot of people who care about it, usually, online especially. Most people are just farming. Okay, but here it is. These are the only 4 channels that I control. Every other HasanAbi channel you see on YouTube is fan-operated. I don't mind if they make money re-uploading my live streams and monetizing it for themselves. You can email or strike them if you have issues with the content they're uploading. Okay? This is what I said, which surprisingly didn't get a lot of quote retweets, so that's good. It was like non-controversial. Most people just saw it. You will not see unedited videos on my channel. A live stream on Twitch is very different than a YouTube video. I react to videos live with YouTube in mind. However, 8 hours of live streaming, of course, has dead air, piss breaks, or even one meal a day. But, of course, when people do straight VOD rips in the HasanAbi Clips Industrial Complex, because I don't care about IP, they don't end up posting like an actually edited, transformative piece of work. When I make my reacts, no matter what I'm reacting to, like 98% of the time, the reaction that I have to a YouTube video is conducted in a way with a YouTube video in mind. It's so perfectly created so that you can like chop it and keep the parts that make sense narratively and ultimately put a reaction video up there if you want to do that. I've talked about this a lot before. Obviously, because it is done live, there are going to be blemishes. But if you're uploading it onto YouTube, where it's like directly competing with the original, for example, then yes, you have to ensure that live video is not a direct copy of the original work and is, it's like worthy of being uploaded to YouTube. Also, what the fuck? Lamino hasn't said anything about Reactgate, yet people are running heavy defense for him. People on his sub are even angry that he hasn't claimed people. Honestly, do you think the part of the Clips Complex who just uploaded unedited segments can be harmful with this whole new drama in mind, not counting full-body archive channels? Yes. I think so, too. I agree. Which is why I said, look, if you have an issue with one of these channels, then take them down. Because they should know better. Dude, your haters have been going wild. Even the examples they try to use themselves have been lies, which is hilarious. Caught a dude lying that you weren't even reacting to a specific video because you were looking at your phone. And when I checked the VOD, you literally added like 12 extra minutes of commentary to an 18-minute video. And that's like on the light side of your commentary because it was a second thought video. You just agree with most of it. Yeah. But again, because it is complete fallacy, just shifting the responsibility of your fans while indirectly profiting, the fairest way is just to react to content you have permission for. First of all, this is not a fallacy, and you're a donkey for thinking this is a logical fallacy when it's not. You just learned that word recently and thought you could just apply it here. That would not be a logical fallacy. You can just straight up say, you're wrong for saying this. You're shifting your responsibility away to your fans. The reality is a lot of people just want me to also have rigorous control over my IP. That's the problem. If I had more rigorous control over my IP, I wouldn't be getting all of these attacks. There are plenty of other streamers that also react. Every single person will at some point leave the camera and be away from the camera to like pick something up, whether it be delivery or to go pee. It's a normal part of the process. If I did not allow fan channels to upload shit and make money for themselves, I do not make any money off of my fan channels. I do not care. As long as they link to the original video, as long as it's like edited and it's not just like bullshit dead air. One of the fan channels that's doing this the most is the bot channel. I won't say anything else, but they literally upload every segment on the stream, monetized with no gaps, edited out. It's not a fan. Yeah, I know. Did you see Meat Canyon grouping you with XUC? That's kind of shocking because I know him. I've hung out with him a little bit, and I'm surprised that he had a negative take about me like that, because he's literally thanked me for watching his videos on stream before. So that is actually kind of shocking. I doubt that he did, though. I don't think he did that. Open chat arena settings, type deleted in the search bar, and check. Oh, yeah, you want me to check the hide the deleted messages, right? Yeah, because I'm seeing a lot of people that you guys are clapping. I kind of want it. Anyway, I doubt that Meat Canyon would shit on me for that, because he has personally thanked me for watching his videos. Anyway. So, where was I? As far as this stuff goes, your haters are literally psychotic, man. They don't want you and just fantasize something and hate on you. It's like it's your own psychosis. I know, but when there's enough people, it doesn't matter. If enough people are pushing a narrative, then that's basically the truth. It doesn't really matter what the reality is. You know what I mean? Because, once again, no one is going to actually look at the situation. A really funny moment that happened is that the chair meme, originally, the Hermie meme, was a meme that we created in this community, and then it left the actual target market, which was like an inter-community meme, and it became something that the haters use. So, because of that reason, for example, and I will tell you, a friend of the show is currently working on a massive YouTube essay. They reached out to me and said, hey, I put a chair meme, but I just realized that like the Reactgate stuff is heating up again. And I wanted to see if you were comfortable with it. I'm probably going to take it out because I don't want you to get unnecessary heat. Literally, which was very nice. I'm not gonna say who, and after the video comes out, I'll talk about it. But it was very nice of them to literally reach out to me to be like, hey, I was going to do this meme, but now I realize like people are just going to fucking probably use it against you. Some YouTuber did a streamer react tier list and he put you on F because he believes the chair shit. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It wasn't Jay Aubrey, no. So, yes, people did recognize me at the airport, of course. So, what I was going to say is, what kind of content would you make if you didn't make reaction content? I mean, I make plenty of content that is not even in the boundaries of what people consider react content or low effort content, because I am, for the most part, doing political commentary. That's usually what I do. And even my react content is usually political commentary. 34 MKD50, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Of course, I am not a simply react streamer. I am a top of the hour ad break streamer. That's what I do. I serve top of the hour ad breaks at the top of the hour every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Lamau, news punditry is literally react content. Exactly. News is react content, but even haters recognize it as different. Yeah. So, commentary has basically been lumped with react. Yes. Half of the people bitching on Twitter, not real life or even on Twitch, don't watch any streamers, let alone react streamers. It's just popular from YouTube communities and the general public to hate on live streamers from any angle possible. Exactly. However, is there truth to what haters in the past have said, even if they've like totally weaponize this against me because they just like personally hate me due to my politics or whatever? Yes, that's why I changed some of the things I used to do. Back in the day, I used to literally have a dual streaming setup where I would either watch it on my phone if I was away from camera or watch it in the kitchen when I used to cook. This was like 3 years ago at this point. And everybody got very mad at that. That was the original Reactgate shit where he was like, Hasan just plays videos or whatever. And I would, of course, always still be reacting, but it didn't look good optically, and I stopped it. There was some criticism about, it was 2021. Okay, it was 2 years ago. There was some criticism about how like I actually deliberately hide what the who the video I'm reacting to is, which wasn't true, but it doesn't matter. That's the reason why when I do react to a video now, I absolutely will mention who the content creator is, the link, and we'll link it in the chat. We'll pin it to the top to ensure that, like, you know, this is as ethically done as possible. So all of the stuff that they're talking about with respect to me doesn't necessarily really fit the bill, but it doesn't matter because you can always turn around and just say, well, look, he did it back in the day, and point to like the chair memes or whatever. But once again, if you want to understand where I'm coming from here, when I watch YouTube videos on stream, the overwhelming majority is from content creators I know personally. However, there are of course instances where that's not the case, but the goal is to make a transformative product for YouTube. That's why my reacts often double the runtime. I pull clips from other videos. I use the content that I'm watching, okay? I use the videos that I'm watching to build a narrative, okay? To build a narrative. I add context. I try to build a narrative as best as I can. And that's why I do the reacts that I do. Okay? What? Active shooter. I think reaction YouTubers are those that upload them to the same service in the video aren't ethical. So I think the best way to showcase this... Wait, there's the actual congressional shootout? What the fuck's going on? Anyway... we'll take a look at it. It's unconfirmed. All right. Well, I don't cover breaking news regardless, but we'll take a look at it in a second. My point is, I do think that there's validity to the frustration that YouTube content creators feel with respect to what like Twitch streamers do and their uploads, which is why I try to ensure that it is done as best as possible. Okay? I try to ensure that it is as ethical as possible. There might still be issues overall, but almost all of the issues often stem from fan channels that upload not like a narratively cohesive, not like a React video that is edited, chopped down so it actually makes sense, but a React video that's slapped from the VOD, just a literal fucking, zero edits, just taking a VOD piece and just re-uploading it immediately to be first to market, while simultaneously taking the thumbnail that the other content creator worked hard on and slapping my face on it. You can't do that. Like, if that's what you're doing, then yeah, you deserve to be fucking DMCA'd. Okay? If you're doing that, you deserve to be DMCA'd by every content creator that you're doing this for. Just because I do not have any restrictions on my IP doesn't fucking mean that you can just do that. And there are some channels that even Moist Critical has had issue with. Asmongold has had issue with. XQC probably hasn't had issue with, but like other podcasts have had issue with. There are certain channels out there on YouTube that literally will take every streamer's content and will re-upload it in the exact same way that I'm talking about. And they constantly get me in trouble. They get Charlie in trouble, even though most people don't yell at Charlie because, you know, Charlie is beloved and well-liked and he's a YouTube-first content creator. But it is fucking ridiculous. And I've told YouTube they know about the problem and there's no way for us to be able to deal with it. So, like I said, and these are bot channels. They're not fans. They're just bot channels that are taking advantage. And they even DMCA fan channels that are actually genuinely editing videos. I don't want to, start copy claiming fan channels. But if this keeps up, it seems like we're going to have to do that. And I don't want to do that because it goes against my principles, but that's what it's leading down to. It's leading down to a situation where I have to fucking start actually applying my own fucking IP rules in an effort to ensure that the stuff that's on YouTube is kosher. You know? But there's a reason why my main channel doesn't get slapped with fucking DMCAs unless it's like a clown who's trying to be contentious or fucking make a name for themselves or some shit like that. Because my main channel is not re-uploading shit. It's always in good faith. It is always a completely transformative product. So fan channels should try and follow that same principle if they don't want to get fucking DMCA'd by other YouTubers. And there's plenty. I react to so much over the course of an 8-hour stream. I react to so much over the course of an 8-hour stream. You're just being you're being lazy. You just want to be first. You just want to be first to market, and you're just doing a straight VOD rip. Okay? Like, don't put me getting up, don't put me not reacting to shit on a YouTube video. Cut that part out. If it's narratively important for the video to be in there, for a segment to be in there, show it full screen. These are pretty easy ways to just like make like an actual transformative product if you don't want to get DMCA'd. So that's it. Isn't that point you just made in agreement with the argument that streamers stream other people's videos without actively reacting? I mean, yeah, but that is true. That is true. If I and sometimes streamers do, sometimes I do that too. If I'm doing that, usually it's like a video from a friend of mine. Like, it's second thought or something, you know what I mean? And I already agree with everything in the video. And I'm using it as an educational tool, like a substitute teacher that plays a video while they're gone, making money off filler content. Yeah. And second thought certainly doesn't have an issue with that. That's, a good friend of mine. He loves it. And even then, I always add additional context to it. But that's it. I saw HasanAbi at Siddell's. He is as attractive in person. Oh my God. This is the person that took photos of me, took photos with me when I was at Siddell's this morning in Soho. Anyway, but the irony is a lot of people that are critical of like XQC's reactions, or a lot of people that have like thrown their hat in the ring, I've personally reacted to. Tier Zoo is a great example of this. I know I've met them in the real world. Like, these are not people that have an issue, as far as I understand, with the way I react to their videos, especially because, like, one, if I'm watching a video, I'm gonna make damn sure that I'm fucking, beating it to the ground. I'm adding additional context or whatever, and usually I will step away for like a brief moment to pee or whatever. You're always gonna find that. But ultimately, that kind of stuff should not be in the re-upload. Some of these should not even be uploaded at all. Some of these videos should not be uploaded at all. And if you're a YouTuber and, you have an issue with one of these fan channels, because I doubt that it's going to be, what is this? Yeah, if you're a YouTuber and if you have any issues with any of these fan channels, like, reach out to them. They always have an email, or just fucking straight DMCA them. I follow Tirzo on Twitter. He's kind of miffed by this whole new wave of React drama on the side of the streamers being shit, but it's in the context of XQC and not you, so I don't know. Seems to have changed his stance on it recently. No, Tirzo was always critical of people reacting. That's how I originally started talking to him. But, there's varying degrees of commentary on this. The most common one I see is that people do recognize that React content, for the most part, is actually helpful for the video. But if it's on the same exact platform, if it's on YouTube as well, and you're literally taking someone's thumbnail and slapping your fucking face on it, then yeah, of course, that's bullshit. I agree. Okay, it's giving slay. Thank you, guys. One other thing that I was thinking about is also as far as like the final aspect of the Reactgate, because I think about this stuff all the time. I have a tremendous amount of respect for content creators. And I think that if it's a smaller content creator, or like a mid-sized content creator, and they just made like a big-ass YouTube video, I think me reacting to that immediately is not a good thing. As long as it's an older video, I'm fine with it, because it does have a tendency to give it more life. But if it's like side by side, and then some fucking bot channel literally sees that, rips the react, no matter how complimentary it is, okay? And by the way, Tirzu's shit hasn't changed at all. Exactly. I don't know why you guys are saying this, but as long as it's not, directly fucking ripping the video that they're doing, ripping the thumbnail, whatever, and like pushing the original content creator off the fucking algorithm, it should be fine. But yeah, here's Tirzu's take on it. They can't keep getting away with a YouTube video lazy reaction or YouTube who spends months on that video. For what it's worth, I enjoy having my content reacted to. I like seeing people laugh at the jokes and marvel at the shocking moments. If you're a React streamer and you genuinely engage in my content, by all means, watch it with your chat. The issue is when it becomes obvious that the streamer is exploiting my content to fill time or give themselves a break, when they're engaged with something else as the video plays, whether it's eating their dinner or answering text messages or whatever. And lastly, of course, do not re-upload an unedited VOD of the reaction to YouTube. Is just not cool. Yeah. Old Tirzu mentioning you. Yeah, oh, here it is. This is perfect. Exactly. Neither. I just don't want to start beef with XCC, and that's his actual channel. These clip channels aren't owned by Hasan, but since Hasan and I know each other, I feel comfortable at least asking. I'm not going to copy strike anyone myself, though. Nothing to do with politics. Yeah, I have done that, by the way, and I've talked to Tirzu personally. A lot of these people a lot of these content creators, for the record, that that are like anti-Reactgate or a part of the Reactgate discourse right now, I have talked to in the past, and I have personal communications with in the past. So if there's any kind of like, if there's any kind of issue, like I'll immediately take care of it. But it's rarely ever. I see now. So if you try to help a little guy, small time streamer, the bot will try to steal all the views while monetizing. I get it now. That's terrible. Yes. So that is a frustrating thing that happens. But the irony or the hilarity of it is that like YouTubers themselves oftentimes have like a more nuanced perspective on the matter, right? And yet the people that ride or die for these conversations are oftentimes not content creators themselves. They're just fans that have like this incredible point of view on it where they're like, this is the most immoral thing that you could possibly do. And they're especially geared by some YouTubers who do have a very strong opinion on this. YouTubers I will not be naming, but YouTubers I've never personally reacted to ever or knew about even. So that's it. Commentary channels are just React content, but with a bad attitude. That's also a funny element of this whole charade. Yeah. The irony, of course, is that commentary channels do reacts as well. It's just edited. That's it. That's the difference. If they were doing it live, they would be doing it exactly like me. So they have an issue with like how the content is produced because I live fucking produce the content. But that's precisely what they're doing. The only difference between what they're doing and what I'm doing is that my final product on YouTube, when I release it, is perfectly fine with everyone. Except it's not fine if someone is literally taking the content and uploading a fucking straight VOD rip that is unedited, in which case there's dead air, there's spacing, there's places where I'm like not, I move away from the camera. It's going to happen. The real world is happening over the course of a fucking 10-hour time frame. That doesn't mean that I like play a video and move on and then, I don't know, somehow magically double the runtime. I don't know how the fuck I was able to do that, even if I'm like moving away and taking a shit or something is like what these people think is happening. But anyway, let's see this.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Don't want to go in
Tucker.
too confident.
Hasan.
I have a gun.
Man, I don't know about this one. I mean, Hasan has some like Tucker already put it in We Die. Hasan has. I used to think that I have broad shoulders and like a large
Not
structure
a
to my
chance.
body.
He's wide.
But like Hasan is just such a incredibly like built individual, and just like his bones.
To be fair, I have also like a lot of people will often point to like me doing cardio kickboxing or whatever. Some of the biggest fucking losers on the planet have that one funny video that I shot. God forbid I do like a humorous funny video, cardio kickboxing. Where they go, dude, you suck. You can't punch for shit. You're a fucking piece of shit. But the difference is Ted and I have done physical things together. So he knows I know how to move my body weight around. You know what I mean? Unlike all of those fucking groypers who have never actually seen me in action in the physical world, Ted has seen that. So he knows. He knows that I have the ability to move my body weight around adequately.
Structure. Like you see him in person and he is like, and I don't know if you saw this recently, but there was a video he posted on Twitter of him getting slicing doing like a samurai like katana class thing, and he sliced. He sliced.
He sliced something with a katana.
Oh, jeez.
Well, that's just the katana. That's the fucking sharp ass katana he's got. Come on.
But like he sliced it, and there was the delay before the little wood thing fell off. Let's see if this should be it. Look at that.
I'm sorry.
The delay.
I don't buy that he'd kill us. I think one, it'd be against his morals. So at the very least, it's a close loss.
I think
it would be against my morals. I could never fight these big, beautiful boys.
A close loss.
But there's something else that I truly believe this about Hasan. I feel like Hasan locomotes around this world like he's on a server with 5,000 ping. Like he's just got a latency to him that makes him extremely.
He's rubber banding everywhere.
See, I think Ted can address this because he has seen me in action in the physical space doing something that's physical.
He's just sluggish, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like he moves just so slowly, like a brick wall. I mean, like a glacier wherever he goes.
He works out a lot, though. I play basketball occasionally with Hasan, and he's got the energy for it.
But he doesn't even, like, you can tell him something, or like a joke. Like, you can say something funny, and he'll it'll take him seconds to figure it out.
Yeah, it's my ADHD dog. You're being ableist. You're being ableist. You're being ableist.
Yeah, he's got some ping to him. I still think he's big and scary.
Yeah.
So maybe close loss 50-50.
I would put a close loss.
Okay. All right.
We got.
How is Asmongold we die? Okay, that's. HC responds to YouTuber Neo explains criticism for putting on this video during stream and then leaving the room for 10 minutes. Chat, did this get re-uploaded? Wait, it didn't. So what the fuck is the problem? Wait, I'm right on both ends. Holy fuck. Okay, I'm not gonna watch this. All right. Anyway, Asmongold does poison damage. True. We might get the Trump mugshot. All right, let's get into the fucking news. All right, before we get into the mass shooting or possible shooting happening in the Senate, let's get started with our big, beautiful boy who does everything right, and they indicted him.
Unprecedented third indictment of former President Donald Trump in a federal case that could test American democracy itself. A federal grand jury formally accused Donald Trump yesterday of conspiring to overturn the 2020 election. Now,
I mean, has it covered North Africa? First of all, wouldn't it be West Africa? And like, also, what do you mean cover North Africa? Like, just cover it? Like, do you mean I should cover it? Like, physically cover it? What are we talking about? Cover it with solar panels, like Akon?
Now, the 4 felony charges are conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, obstruction of and attempt to obstruct an official proceeding, and conspiracy against rights. The indictment follows a sweeping investigation into the deadly January 6th riots and Trump's efforts to remain in power. Robert Costa begins our coverage this morning. He is on Capitol Hill. Bob, good morning.
Good morning, Natalie. Former President Donald Trump faces a legal and political reckoning, and his campaign is pushing back hard against the charges, comparing the Justice Department to the Soviet Union and other authoritarian regimes. But many Trump allies behind the scenes, they are on edge, especially about former Vice President Mike Pence emerging as a key witness in this indictment.
Today, an indictment was unsealed, charging Donald J. Trump with conspiring to defraud the United States.
In a historic indictment, special counsel Jack Smith charged former President Donald Trump for his alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election and stoke a crisis.
For his alleged efforts to do everything right. Okay? That's what his alleged efforts were.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
That's what happened. His alleged efforts to do everything right, and then they indicted him. I'm just saying. God damn, there's so much, dude. There's the Lizzo shit. There's the Rudy Giuliani shit. There's so much. Would he be allowed to run for president from prison? There's only one charge, and one charge only, that could render him useless in the election cycle, and that is if he's charged, I believe, with, isn't it treason? I think one of the charges in the January 6th actually does stop him from running for election. But other than that, yeah, sedition Other than that, he's clear. He could be literally arrested for murder and he could still run for president from prison, as a matter of fact. Oh, God, he's so good. He's so sexy. I love him.
Crisis in American democracy.
As described in the indictment, it was fueled by lies. Lies by the defendant, targeted at obstructing a bedrock function of the U.S. government.
I have to pee.
The 45-page indictment listed 6 unnamed and uncharged co-conspirators. Sources close to the investigation say the indictment suggests that lawyers Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman, Sidney Powell, as well as former Justice Department official Jeffrey Clark could be the potential co-conspirators, though the special counsel has not confirmed the identities.
Guys, I can't go to piss, okay? I have to hold it in. I have to hold it in the whole day, because if someone catches me off guard, if someone catches me slipping, if someone catches me pissing, dude, it's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? It's a wrap, boys. It's time for the pee bottle. I need to start. Yeah, I'm stealing views from fucking CBS Mornings. You know what I'm saying? Who cares, piss queen? I'm just kidding. I'm going to go do that in a second. I just don't want to leave right now.
It's a rigged election, but we're still fighting it.
The special counsel laid out the case that Trump knowingly spread lies about the election, despite repeatedly being told his...
Brian Killed Me was throwing shade on you for watching his clip and walking away. Sid, you were really stupid. Yeah, he said he said react harder.
Claims of fraud were false, including by his own attorney general after the election.
I told him that the stuff that his people were shoveling out to the public were that the claims of fraud were.
The special counsel accuses Trump of orchestrating a plan to overturn the 2020 election results by organizing fake electors in 7 targeted states in which he lost, and pressured state officials, including Georgia Republican Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger.
I just want to find
a perfect phone call. You're just describing a perfect phone call. What do you mean? He did everything right and they indicted him.
11,780 votes.
We're going to walk down.
Dude, that's such a fucking dead to rights, funny ass. God, I love that. I love that phone call. It is a perfect phone call, okay? It is so perfect because it's yet again Donald Trump doing things in the most Trumpian way possible. It is such a cartoonish way to operate, to just be like, I am doing something illegal. I have the knowledge that what I'm doing is something illegal. And I will say all of the right things. Like, even if in other circumstances, it's something that you could possibly get away with. I am going to do this in this haphazard way. I am going to do this in the stupidest way possible. That will absolutely get me in trouble because I am fully aware that this is not something that I legally can do. It's like saying your full fucking name, date of birth, social security number, and not using a balaclava or a shiesty or anything like that while robbing a bank, and then openly stating that you're robbing a fucking bank. You know what I mean? I, Hasan Piker, am using a gun to rob this bank. It's so odd. Like, dude, he didn't even... Okay, that's Gold Gregory. That's a great point. He didn't even ballpark it. He didn't even say like, I need like around 12,000 votes. Like, even there's an out there. You know, you could just say like, this is... He didn't even fucking ballpark it. He just said the exact number, which makes it so much worse. God, I love that. I love him so much for being so specific and such a buffoon, okay? It's awesome. It's perfect. All right, I got to pee. I'll be back.
To the Capitol.
The special counsel also makes the case the former president directed his supporters to go to the Capitol on January 6 while Congress was in the process of certifying the election.
And we fight. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
Trump has denied any wrongdoing and in a statement Tuesday called the indictment disgraceful and unprecedented political targeting. Sources tell CBS News former President Trump's legal team is now mapping out a new strategy to push back on the charges, shifting blame onto lawyers like John Eastman, who were advising him at the time. According to the indictment, Eastman pressured then Vice President Mike Pence not to formally certify the 2020 election results and presented Trump with a plan on how to do so.
All we are demanding of Vice President Pence is this afternoon at 1 o'clock, he let the legislatures of the state look into this.
Pence, in a statement Tuesday, said today's indictment serves as an important reminder. Anyone who puts himself over the Constitution should never be president of the United States.
Trump is now scheduled to appear in federal court here in Washington on Thursday at 4 p.m. sharp. That will be his first appearance. Some of his allies have been making responses to this indictment. John Eastman's attorney said the indictment relies on a misleading presentation of the record and, quote, if Eastman is indicted, he will go to trial. That's from Eastman's attorney. And Rudy Giuliani's lawyer said this indictment, quote, eviscerates the First Amendment, and every fact Giuliani possesses about this case establishes the good faith basis President Donald Trump had for the actions he took. And meanwhile, over at the White House, spokespeople there have declined to comment. Gail.
All right, Bob, thank you very much. We're going to begin this hour with more on former President Donald Trump. He is scheduled to be in a federal court in Washington tomorrow.
Stop spamming the cherry emote, chat. God damn it. Good faith. This is why Ron DeSantis continues to hang out around despite nobody liking him? Yeah, but I don't think Ron DeSantis... You want to know the saddest part about this? Little Rhonda, in spite of this Hail Mary from the Trump side, which might render him inoperable, unable to run by some, like, Hail Mary, Little Rhonda is so disastrously uncharismatic that it doesn't matter. Like Tim Scott's doing better almost. I mean, he's not, but it's pretty crazy. Now, there's more on the 5-part plan to overturn the election, which was fucking incredible, by the way. And this is all straight up from like actual unsealed documents, some of which we knew about already, some of which we have exact detailed information on now. Trump's third indictment alleges a 5-part plot to overturn the election. 1, knowingly making false claims of election fraud to get state legislators and election officials to subvert the legitimate results. 2, organizing a fraudulent slate of electors in 7 targeted slates. 3, using the DOJ's power to conduct sham election crime investigations. 4, trying to get former VP Mike Pence to fraudulently alter the election results, to which he responded with, "No, Mr. President, I do not think I have the capacity to do that." Did I say something wrong? 7 targeted states? Oh, I said slates? My bad. And number 5, this is the best one, exploiting January 6 violence to get members of Congress to delay certification. And then, if his plan came to fruition, which, by the way, there was no indication that it would ever work, but if his plan were to come to fruition, he said that he would just use the military. He just straight up use the fucking military to squash any kind of protest against him. It's awesome. Now, of course, we got to take a look at what Fox News is saying about all this. Let's take a look. They're panicking a little bit.
Your country anymore.
Cat made this into a horror movie because they're panicking, so they're trying to do everything they can to make it seem like it's not as bad, or rather, it's the government at fault here. You know what I mean? I also am kind of hungry, so I'm gonna look for things to eat. Eat the room. What? Eat the room fan? Yeah, I'm gonna eat that. No eating, only react. Yeah, I know. I'm a bad guy. I'm a bad boy. Fox News hosts are all, how are they going to prove he didn't believe the election lies he was saying? And I don't know, probably the same way they proved you didn't believe the election lies you were saying. Yeah. Watching election liars defend an election liar by saying maybe the election lies are true, even though we all know they don't believe any of it. A truly incredible performance tonight. Yeah, it's so weird. Do they not realize that, like, you can subpoena? Okay, there's two. Hold on. There's a second thing here. Recorded where he clearly defines he's can't stop There it is. Oh God, HasanAbi's making a login to the manifestation factory. It will fucking happen. Oh, dude. At this point, I have zero doubts in my mind that we will have Donald Trump straight up just openly be like, I knew the election was a lie, but I kept lying. I kept lying to them folks. Believe me, I lied. I lied so good. I was knowingly and willingly lying. I know the election was lost. I don't care. What are they going to do? Arrest me? The only defense is that he's mentally ill and cannot be held accountable for his actions, so he has no understanding of the definition of evil. Yeah. There's also, yes, we're going to do Hogwatch for all of the... we're going to do Hogwatch for all the MAGA supporters who are like losing their minds currently and presently. Do not fear. Fear not. Trump can't stop admitting that things on tape, like Hunter can't stop smoking crack with a gun on tape. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Are you going to talk about Lizzo? Yeah, I think if I have some time. There's so much to cover, dude. Why New York City? I'm here for my mom's dissertation. Anyway, let's look at Fox News and how they're reacting to this.
The legal equivalent of the French guillotine.
A political war crime.
A junk indictment.
The shredding of our Constitution.
They're going full banana republic, full third world on this.
Third world banana republic.
Full banana republic.
Complaining to a governor over the phone? Speaking at a rally?
Never feels like they have the best lawyers.
It's a crime to ask Pence not to certify?
He still believes the election was stolen, and he has good cause to believe so.
You have every right to think an election might be rigged.
We care about the system.
This is the criminalization of disinformation.
Thank you, 30 for MKD50 with another 50 gifted subs. Holy moly, dude.
Are we going to now have to go back and find fraud in the 2020 election? Is this now what we're going to go relitigate? I wonder if Pence would agree that that was a crime.
Your mom is defending her dissertation. That's dope. Congrats. I have to put you in the acknowledgments of my dissertation when I finish because I literally listen to you most of the time that I'm writing it right now. Hell yeah. No need to read out loud, but I wasn't here for the Reactgate segment, but just so you know, that bitch Twitter user Ludwig answered to was posting his ass off during the Hasan enslaves his mom moment. Some of his tweets about you are legit psychotic. Wait, no fucking way. The guy that said, why are all Twitch streamers trash, also was the type of dude who said, I enslaved my mom. Please show me that fucking tweet, please. I need to see that because that was like another one of these. Oh, that's not very surprising, but also that just goes to show that my fucking most normal haters are so psychotic. Capitol shooter was a false alarm, no shooter. Okay, well, there you go. Didn't have to even cover it. How long has this been going on? It's basically been going on for years and years. It hasn't stopped. Have you tried making your own content? HasanAbi is an actual drama farmer. Have you tried making your own content instead of leeching off others? Okay, boss man. We're not going to block you. We're not going to ban you. Just stick around and see if this is me making my own content or I'm drama farming. When you ironically came in here to try to farm drama. Okay, boss man. See for yourself. You found it? Man, kind of fucked up that Hasan is taking advantage of his mom by having her live with him as a housemaid when he has enough money to hire staff. How dare you go after his mom, sicko. Very socialist and progressive to use family members for free. Convenient labor. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's one of those guys. He was one of those guys. The guy that Ludwig was responding to. Bro, stop chewing gum, please. I can't. Yeah, socialism is when you fucking don't allow your family members to live with you. That's the what the fuck? Dude, that's awesome. That's new levels of schizo right there. I remember this because it was so psychotic at the time that I was like, wow, my haters are fucking deranged, huh? That's awesome. Just pay your mom like Austin. Yeah, that is pretty fire. Let me see if I want to. I got 2,000 likes too. That's fire. Is the Secret Lab decent or overhyped? I don't really know. When your mom makes you food, does she also eat or has to make something else for herself? No, of course I would never eat with the help. Get a normal chair. I have another one. It's not good for you. I'm not using this chair all the time, man. It's always good to take a glance at what these fucking absolute psychopaths have to say, though, about like normal interactions and whatnot. Because then you get to realize like where these guys are coming from. Are you tapping the glass right now? A little bit. Huh. Also, it's this really super American thing to just not ever have your family members take care of you once you become an adult. Yeah, I mean, I just don't really understand how this dude is. Please stop. I'm not done yet. I mean, I don't know. Social welfare is a good thing, better than throwing the elderly in a care facility. My mom is not even elderly. It's so fucking stupid. That happens on Twitch. Be real. Do you tell your mom not to look you in the eyes when she sees you like Ellen DeGeneres? Yeah, of course. Always. That guy's European and streams on Twitch sometimes. If you want to hear his voice, this is what he sounds like.
I think the best way to approach the game in general is just like accepting that you shouldn't rush the story completely and just play, like just play a few quests a day, take it slow, take it.
Every single one of these Twitch haters, every single one of these haters of like Twitch streaming also have launched their own failed initiative at streaming on Twitch. That Bulwark guy also got manipulated into joining a mutual suicide pact by a Ukrainian catfish. By the way, wait, what? I thought it was only fans who criticize you. No, my fans don't. My fans will get mad at certain things and then they become haters usually, but it's just like, will you invite Fusi on stream when you get back to LA? Probably not. There's always a tweet. There's always this tweet from your haters. Oh my God. Yeah, the whole loli debate was dumb because they were clearly joking. David is the youngest character on the crew and he's 17 in the finale, so Rebecca must be at least 20 or something. Dude, oh my God. Do not key search loli in my haters chats, okay? Do not key search loli. They will be defending it every time. Okay, we already know what happened there. Has he chatted in here before? Maybe. Let's look it up. No, he's never chatted in here. Stop tapping, you're gonna break the glass. I don't think I should post this. I feel like it's too ruthless. I was going to say, wonder why this guy only sees negative things about streamers. Maybe because he thinks I'm enslaving my mom because I got a house large enough to live with her. Obviously, there's plenty of cringe stuff that happens on Twitch, but maybe this dude is not the best arbiter of... Shit on him like Ninja shat on that small streamer. That small streamer wasn't a small streamer at all. That was bullshit. Yeah, I'm not going to post it. It's so played out at this point. Why do they keep going back to this? Yeah, I'm not going to do it. What is this React content? Are you now even making money off of people's tweets? Do you not know how that some people invest a lot of time in their own tweets to be very original? Yeah, I know. Everything technically, you're not even wrong. Everything technically is. Last time you let chat talk you out of a tweet, you got burned. Anyways, go for it. Nah, it's fine. I don't want like fans to go and fucking harass him aggressively because that's probably what's gonna happen. You know what I mean? It's called character growth. Watch people shit on you even if you chose not to post it. I mean, this is a good post overall. I don't think there's any negative like this is different than Bebela Nicki Minaj incident. But it's always funny because it's like, I'm going to tell Ludwig about that. Hold on. But remember, every time there is a sometimes valid and sometimes invalid criticism online from someone on Twitter, like an account on Twitter with like 100K followers, 50K followers, 60K followers, whatever, there is almost always a person behind that account who is very much upset that they couldn't make it on Twitch. Oh, come here. Oh, yep. Oh. I'm gonna Gamer Cafe. Of course, I gotta get chicken tendies, chat. You already know what it is. All right, let's get back to the unprecedented third indictment for Donald Trump.
Tomorrow to face new criminal charges in connection with efforts to hold on to power after losing the 2020 election, including the January 6th assault on the Capitol. Now, he is accused of 4 felonies, and they are conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, obstruction of an attempt to obstruct an official proceeding, and conspiracy against rights. Scott MacFarlane has covered the January 6th investigation from the very start and is on the Capitol now with more on this story. Scott, good morning. A lot to digest here.
It is, Gail. Good morning. The president's accused of knowingly spreading election lies to stop Congress from counting that electoral vote January 6th, and of pressuring officials in 7 targeted states, each of which was won by President Biden. In a statement Tuesday night, Special Counsel Jack Smith called it an attack on democracy. This 45-page indictment lists 6 unnamed, uncharged co-conspirators. Sources close to the investigation say the indictment suggests lawyers Rudy Giuliani, John Eastman, Sidney Powell, and former Justice Department official Jeffrey Clark could be those potential co-conspirators, though the special counsel has not confirmed the identities. According to the indictment, Eastman pressured then Vice President Mike Pence not to formally certify those election results and even presented Trump with a memo on how to do it. Eastman's lawyer called the indictment misleading and said his client denies any wrongdoing. Meanwhile, the former president posted a barrage of videos last night calling the indictment a criminalization of free speech and another political war crime. Trump's court appearance scheduled for here tomorrow afternoon is before the same magistrate judge, Natalie, that accepted that grand jury indictment late yesterday.
It's pretty funny to claim this when, in fact, this is absolutely a reasonable boundary on free speech. Free speech doesn't mean that you can say whatever you want. It's like getting upset that someone yelled fire in a crowded movie theater and being like, well, that's crazy. It's like someone getting arrested on the suspicion that they're going to do a school shooting because they said they're going to do a school shooting. You know what I mean? They like planned it out or whatever. Like, yes, of course. In the United States of America, we have a much more lax approach to whatever you can say, both online and in the privacy of your home, whatever the fuck. However, this is one of those circumstances. Oh, God. Wait, what? Not the fire in a crowded theater shit? I mean, but it doesn't matter. There are understandable and reasonable limitations. That one is a silly one to use, but it's one that everybody kind of understands, even if it's not fully correct. You cannot incite a riot, for example. Okay? Free speech also doesn't mean you are free of the consequences of said speech. Yeah, there's a charge for terroristic threats. So, you can't do that. You just can't do that at all. I don't know why you think you can. This is a reasonable restriction on the First Amendment.
And now, Scott, you have covered nearly all of the January 6th cases. What strikes you the most about this moment?
Natalie, in a sense, former President Trump's about to cross paths with so many of those other January 6 riot defendants who said they were here at the Capitol that day at his direction, in his name. Donald Trump's about to be prosecuted in that same federal courthouse where those 1,000 plus riot defendants have been prosecuted. His court appearance tomorrow is in a neighboring courtroom from other January 6 defendants, and it's the same charge. Obstruction of an official proceeding that 300 plus January 6 defendants have faced, some of whom have been imprisoned on that charge. And also, Natalie, the judge in this case, Judge Tanya Chutkan, a 2014 appointee. I've sat through hundreds of hearings, many of them with Judge Chutkan at the bench. She has been uniquely, powerfully strident in her denunciations of January 6th and everything that gave rise to it. This is her case after tomorrow.
Oh, so cooked. So fucking cooked.
Joining me now is the former president's newest attorney to his team, John Lauro. John, thanks so much for being here tonight. You've read through this indictment. What is your defense going to look like?
Well, it's basically a regurgitation of the J6 committee report, but our focus is on the fact that this is an attack on free speech and political advocacy. And there's nothing that's more protected under the First Amendment than political speech. So at the end, our defense is going to be focusing on the fact that what we have now is an administration that has criminalized the free speech and advocacy of a prior administration during the time that there is a political election going on. That's unprecedented. We've never seen that in the United States, in the history of the United States. So literally what we have is an attack and really an effort to not only criminalize but also censor free speech. Donald Trump had every right to advocate for his position. While he was president, he saw irregularities, he saw deficiencies in the election process. He raised those. He was being told under oath by...
Like, you can't defend conspiring to break the law and conspiring to do a crime with the genuine intent to follow through on said crime on free speech grounds. This is not something that you can do. Unless you are truly able to craft a defense around some kind of like artistic interpretation or something like that. Unless you're literally like, no, Your Honor, this was a Hollywood script that we were following on. You misunderstood. You can't just be like, we should go rob a bank. Here are the maps. Here are the details. I will facilitate everything. And if the cops come, then we'll go and shoot back at them and blah, blah, blah. And then when you get caught, you go, oh, I was just exercising my free speech. Like, you can't do that.
People around the country that there were problems with the election. He also saw in real time that the rules were changing without the state legislatures weighing in. And ultimately, he had every right.
By the way, it's just rap lyrics. I didn't actually kill people. You're right. You could make an argument for free speech in that regard. You absolutely could, because that's a song. Trump is the president. He's not rapping about fraudulent electors that he wants to set up, or utilizing the military in the inevitable reaction that comes from him trying to successfully stop normal Congress proceedings from continuing by inciting a riot.
Right, in fact, a responsibility as a United States president to raise those issues. And now his advocacy is being criminalized.
Well, those are secretaries of state who were making those changes in those states because of the pandemic that was happening. You talk about free speech. Jack Smith noted Trump's right to free speech and to contest the election results. But what he says in this indictment is that when that did not work, the defendant, your client, pursued unlawful means of discounting legitimate votes and subverting the election results.
He didn't say, wake up in the morning, I got January 6th on my mind. Top of the hour comes and goes, and I ain't subscribed. Gonna commit a felony to make sure I get that Twitch Prime. Wake up in the morning, top of the hour ad break on my mind. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Bars. That's right. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Moth666, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And also, Plato1507, thank you for the 25 community gifted subs, allowing 30 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour.
Results, and that is why he is being charged here, not because of anything related to free speech.
Yeah, but that's factually inaccurate, because the ultimate request that Mr. Trump made to Vice President Pence was pause the vote counting, allow the states to weigh in ultimately and audit or recertify. And under Article 2, Section 1, Clause 2, the actual responsibility for qualifying electors is in the state legislatures. Mr. Trump had the advice of counsel, Mr. Eastman, who was one of the most respected constitutional scholars in the United States, giving him advice and guidance. That's pure politics. You may disagree with it, and people have spirited arguments about the law all the time, and that's why lawyers are in business. But we've never had a situation where a spirited debate about the Constitution has become a criminal case. What's going to happen when there's a Republican administration? Is there going to be an effort to criminalize speech by Democrats? Is there going to be an effort to characterize something that a Democrat politician says that's not?
If a Democratic politician did exactly what Donald Trump did, they would be killed. Okay? First of all, Democrats are quite literally spineless cowards, so good luck with that. But if a Democrat actually followed through, like if Joe Biden was like, yeah, Jack, I know I lost the election, but fuck it. Why? Let's do something about it, Jack. Went to Kamala Harris and was like, come on. We need to put this on pause, Jack. Republicans would kill him. They would be like, all right, well, this is treason. We're going to shoot him. And then Democrats, in the interest of bipartisanship, would be like, okay, you can shoot him. But just like, I don't know, shoot him in the lower half of his body. Don't shoot him in the face. You know what I mean? Like, it's nuts. This comparison is nuts.
That doesn't meet some kind of truth standard at the Department of Justice, that's going to be the subject of a criminal indictment. We've now entered a constitutional abyss as a result of this indictment.
No, the real constitutional abyss has been ongoing, but specifically will happen if Donald Trump ends up winning the presidency while he's in jail.
But John, I should note that you're saying that he was just asking him to send them back. No, I was just talking to the chief of staff who was with Pence that day. He said he was being asked to do something illegal that Pence did not have the right to do, to reject them. And you mentioned the attorneys there that you say, John Eastman, he's a co-conspirator in this indictment, I should note. And the indictment lists all of the people who told Trump that his claims about election fraud weren't true, including the vice president, senior Justice Department leaders, the Director of National Intelligence, CISA, which of course is in charge of making sure elections in the U.S. are secure, senior White House attorneys, campaign staffers, state legislators that you just...
Oh my God. Trump deserves everything he's getting, dude. B-Gongs, thank you for the 5-tier gift the subs. You put Sidney Powell in a room with you, you deserve it. Also, what the fuck is Cheese Bro? Kenneth Cheese Bro? What are these lawyers? Where do you find them? I'm sorry, dog. You hire a guy by the name of Kenneth Cheese Bro for anything. Like, you hire him to fucking fry some French fries for you, you deserve to be food poisoned, okay? My man's name is Kenneth Cheesebro, dude.
Mentioned there in the courts.
Right. What was not true? That there were states where ballots were sent out without people asking for them, where there were changes in verification, where there were instances where ballots were not being supervised at drop-off places. The president was told, given advice, that under these circumstances, the state legislatures have the ultimate ability to qualify electors. He followed that advice. Now, you may disagree as to whether or not those things actually occurred or not. That's why we have political debate. We don't have criminal trials over that. We have the discussion like we're just having. But it matters if those things actually occurred or not, John. Not under the First Amendment.
But it matters if those things actually occurred because...
Not at all, because under the First Amendment... It does matter if there was
actually fraud.
No, the First Amendment allows...
But John, let me stop you there, because if he's saying that there was fraud, the First Amendment doesn't allow the President of the United States to go and claim there was fraud when he was told there was not fraud, and then try to subvert the election by overturning legitimate electors. I mean, it says it right here in the actual indictment.
Absolutely.
The only smoking gun in this, and I believe in my heart of heart it exists, is just Trump dead to rights being like, I knew it was not, I knew it was fraudulent. There was no fraud. I lied. What can they do about it? I lied. What are they going to do? Throw me in jail? I wanted to do a riot. It would be so sick. I mean, I think they already have dead to rights a lot of information to get him clapped up. But it would be so awesome because I know, given what I know about Donald Trump, and I am the number one Trump historian in the country, number one stand for Donald Trump in the country, in the nation. I know in my heart of hearts it's out there. He has said it. And it was probably recorded.
The First Amendment protects all speech. If we're going to have a situation where the Department of Justice is going to fact check politicians and indict politicians for political speech and whether or not they're factually accurate, then this country will shut down politically because it's a never-ending cycle of tit for tat. And that's the risk of injecting politics into the criminal justice system. So right now, people disagree with President Trump. What's going to happen 4 years from now if somebody disagrees with President Biden in terms of what he said during the election?
Great. First of all, that'd be fire. Lock him up. You know what I mean? But secondly, I love that this guy is just straight up being like, no, you can lie to try to deliberately incite a riot and also change the outcome of an election. Like, you should be able to do that. Like, why is that illegal? Like, that's the argument here, which is crazy. I need you to understand. He's doing lawyer speak, but, like, ultimately what his argument is like, well, it shouldn't be illegal. Like, you should be able to absolutely just, you know, willingly and knowingly lie about the outcome of an election when everyone around you has told you that you're incorrect. People in your cabinet, people around you have told you that you're incorrect, and you're desperately seeking out lawyers that will tell you that you're actually right, like some sycophants. And then you move on and you try to stop normal processes from occurring with this like half-assed, like cooked up plan with knowing full well that it will cause riots all around the nation with the idea that you're going to utilize the military to squash said riots. And also conspire to set up false electors, too.
That's why we don't criminalize political speech. Political speech under the First Amendment has an almost absolute protection. Nobody gets to judge whether it's true or not except the American people.
Except a president has lied under oath, like perjured himself under oath. Bill Clinton. He did. Nixon as well, but Bill Clinton too. Like, you couldn't, I don't know, someone was screaming in the background. You can't just like get away with it. You can't be like, it's First Amendment.
And
But
we
John,
do that in an election. We do that in an election. We do that in the case of a president by impeachment, but we don't indict people
John,
for speech.
I got to stop you there. But Trump is not being indicted for lying here. He is being indicted for using unlawful means of discounting legitimate votes and trying to subvert the election results.
Well, what's the unlawful means? There was an effort to get alternate electors.
That he was trying to overturn
which is a protocol
fake electors who were not legitimate.
That was used in 1960 by John Kennedy. And it was a protocol that was constitutionally accepted. So there's nothing wrong about that. In fact, in the indictment itself, it doesn't allege that there was anything wrong. And the final ask that Mr. Trump made to Vice President Pence was simply pause the voting. There's nothing inherently unconstitutional or illegal about that. In fact, he had an opinion.
That's so awesome. No, you can just simply ask, dude. Like, okay, let me explain something to you. For example, let's say you tell Mike Pence that you are going to acquire a gun and simply shoot him in the fucking head. Okay? And then, Mike Pence immediately goes to the authorities and says, this person made a death threat towards me. Okay? You can't turn around and go, well, I simply said I'm going to get a weapon and shoot him in the head, but that's allowed. Like, you can say it. It's like something that I could just say. I didn't like actually mean it, even though I did mean it, and I planned for what to do after I shot you in the head, and also conspired to shoot you in the head, conspired to get a gun, which is technically legal. It's under my Second Amendment rights. Like, you can't do that. The idea that this guy says that the request is legal is silly. John Eastman, who made the final ask, literally proposed it to Pence as a violation of the law. His words. At 11:44 p.m., Co-Conspirator 2 emailed the Vice President's counsel advocating that the Vice President violate the law and seek further delay of the certification. Co-Conspirator 2 wrote, I implore you to consider one more relatively minor violation of the ECA and adjourn for 10 days to allow the legislatures to finish their investigations, as well as to allow a full forensic audit of the massive amount of illegal activity that has occurred here. Just a minor violation. Trump's legal team loves to say that he's within his rights to contest election results, but Al Gore did that with the legal system without inciting his voters to the Capitol. He fought in the courts and lost frustratingly. If Trump left it at that, it would have been at least precedented and more palatable, understandable, but obviously he lost all the court cases, so the problem he escalated to an extrajudicial solution. Yes. And also, with respect to Al Gore, he didn't just lose in the courts. The Republicans even then used extrajudicial reasons or extrajudicial solutions, which were not criminally prosecuted, that caused a recount from stopping. So Republicans back then successfully used an extrajudicial solution to physically stop a recount from occurring in the state of Florida. It was called the Brooks Brothers riot. So, of course, they probably think they could have gotten away with it again, I assume.
From a very well-known constitutional scholar that said that's fine, that's legal. Mr. Trump is not a lawyer. He's a businessman.
His own attorney general and officials said that was not fine, that was certainly illegal that he was asking. And they weren't just asking for a pause. He was asking to overturn the legitimate results. But John, let me ask you, because you're running point on this. Is Trump going to show up in person?
He was asked. Let me
ask you this. Is Trump going to show up in person for his arraignment on Thursday?
That's up to the court. The court makes those decisions. So we're prepared to follow whatever the court rules are.
John,
the judge issued a summons, and he will appear either virtually or in person.
Okay, so it's not clear if it's virtually or in person. But one thing to get back to there, he's not just asking for a pause. Your client.
No. You have to look at his last.
John, your
you have
client
to look
is
at
on
what he
tape.
said. You have to look at what he said at the ellipse. Have you read the ellipse
John,
speech?
you got to let me finish my point
No.
here. Your client, John,
when you look
is
at the
on
ellipse
tape
speech,
with the
exactly
former
what he said.
the Secretary of State of the state of Georgia. John, you got to let me finish my point here.
Go
I'm
ahead.
letting you finish your point.
Absolutely.
But your
Go
client
ahead.
is on tape with the Secretary of State from the state of Georgia asking him to find him one more vote than he would need to win the state. That's not asking for a pause. He's asking for votes that he did not get in that election.
He was asking for the Secretary of State to identify votes that were not counted properly and factor.
That's the hardest one to defend. I gotta hand it to him, bro. Respect. You gotta be a real fucking shark to just openly state things like that on national television. Like, he's out of his freaking mind, dude. I mean, come on, brother. He didn't even ballpark it. That's the worst part. In my opinion, if he ballparked it, even then it's like indefensible. But at least there's a tiny sliver of like bad faith, cynical defenses you can apply. He just straight up said the exact number +1. Like, that's insane. That makes it worse, in my opinion. Like, he didn't just ballpark and be like, come on, 15,000, 12,000. He's like 11,843 or whatever. Oh, 11,786 votes.
That in. And by the way, that discussion took place with dozens of people on a phone call with lawyers involved, and no one was suggesting doing anything illegal.
Yeah, he was going to use the military. I talked about this earlier. He just straight up said, well, Deputy White House Counsel, that's why there is an Insurrection Act. The Deputy White House Counsel reiterated the co-conspirator for that there had not been outcome determinative fraud in the election, that if the defendant remained in office nonetheless, there would be riots in every major city in the United States. To which co-conspirator 4 responded, well, Deputy White House Counsel, that's why there's an Insurrection Act. Trump is in the age range of watching The Price is Right like it's his religion. He's just doing what he's been trained for. That's a good take, actually. That's probably why. That's probably why he hit the exact number necessary. God, it's so good. It's so good. American politics is so good all the time, always. Just fucking incredible, dude.
And no one during that call said, Mr. President, that's beyond the bounds. This is politics. This indictment is about pure politics. We engage in vigorous debate in this country about politics. What we don't do is criminalize political speech. This indictment is a game changer. It's the first time that we've taken political speech and said, we're going to criminalize it by the party that's in control against the party that's contesting the next election, where the two individuals involved are going to be running for office. That is an incredible set of circumstances.
John, if you believe that you have a good defense here for your client, do you believe...
Yo, he's dripped up, dude. Wait, hold up.
That is an incredible...
John...
God damn. Look at my lawyer. Oh, you guys can't see because I'm covering it. Dude. My lawyer is jiggling, dude. Look at my lawyer, brother. He's too hot. He's too dripped. He's too fucking dripped out the wazoo to be an adequate lawyer. I'm saying it. I'm calling it. Can't have a guy like this. He should be a YouTube lawyer. You know what I mean? That's what he should be doing. You should be doing YouTube law like Legal. Except Legal is way hotter than he is.
If you believe that you have a good defense here for your client, do you believe that this trial should happen before the 2024 election?
It should not interfere with the election, but really what the indictment has done is identify 7 states
but should it happen before the election?
Where there were irregularities. I need to look at what so-called evidence is going to be presented. I could see this trial lasting 9 months or a year, but it's going to take... Mr. Trump is entitled to a defense. The government has had 3 years to investigate this, and now they want to rush this to trial in the middle of a political season. What does that tell you? We deserve as much time as any American citizen to defend on these issues as anyone else. And for the government to have 3 years to do it and then expect us to do it in 3 weeks or 4 weeks is just ridiculous. Every single person in the United States is entitled to due process, including the former president.
Okay, John. Well, just notable given your client was saying, that they took too long to make these charges. But John Lauro, thank you for joining us. I know that we will see you
I hope to see
many
you again.
times going forward as you are representing the former president in this case. Anderson, back to you.
Caitlin, thanks. Back with Van Jones, Jessica Roth, Ellie.
Oh, my Lord, dude. Former President Donald Trump's attorney, John Lauro.
Welcome back to CBS Mornings.
Now talking to CBS Mornings. But before we get into that, hold up. Here's Charlie Kirk's take on it. Talking to Representative Dan Bishop of the House Judiciary
Jack Smith
Committee.
Indictment of Trump is the capstone of what we're seeing in the Democratic Party that is authoritarian to its core at the moment.
And these people are Maoists. Congressman Bishop, great work. We have your back. Thank you so much.
The Democratic Party is Maoist, dude. How will the MAGA communists cope with this? I thought the real Maoist movement was MAGA. The real peasants' rebellion would occur under the MAGA umbrella. The only Maoist Democrat is Van Jones, okay, who was a Maoist third worldist and is not any longer.
Thank you, Charlie.
ReliefFactor.com, 100% drug-free Relief Factor.
I love the ad read right into it.
Throughout, I was clear with
What the hell? I can't even hear shit.
President Trump throughout all the way up to the morning of January 6th. But let's be clear on this point. It wasn't just that they asked for a pause. The president specifically asked me, and his gaggle of crackpot lawyers asked me to literally reject votes, which would have resulted in the issue being turned over to the House of Representatives, and literally chaos would have ensued. So,
oh no, dude, yo, fake friends, dude, fake fucking friends, dude. Yo, gonna really change the game. Everybody's out here snitching. Oh my god. That's real messed up, dude. This is oh god. Snakes all around. I saw a tweet that was like, yo, Mike Pence might be a magician the way my dogs turned into snakes. Fuck. That's right, dude. That's fucked up, dude. Yo. That's fucked up. No wonder they were trying to kill this man. You think you know someone, am I right? Yeah, what the fuck? Pull a full Ludwig? Yeah. Air Force 2, more like Air Force 2-face? True, dude. How dare you?
Martha, I just people can read the indictment, and frankly, I've said before, I had hoped it had not come to this point. I don't know if the government can meet the standard, the burden of proof beyond reasonable doubt for criminal charges, but the American people deserve to know.
I love that he's like, they won't meet the standard, but here I am telling you why it is criminal technically. That's awesome.
That President Trump and his advisors didn't just ask me to pause. They asked me to reject votes, return votes, essentially to overturn the election and to keep faith with the oath that I made to the American people and to Almighty God. I rejected that out of hand, and I did my duty that day.
Almighty God. It's crazy. And then he told absolutely nobody about any of this until now. No, I think he did. He wrote it in his book, remember? Pretty sure he did. Everyone's been celebrating him as a hero on the liberal side a little bit. Like, they've been glazing him up. The tabs look so bad on Twitter right now. Looks like you're a porn addict. I mean, you know. There is some porn in my tabs. Have you seen this, dude? Look at my tabs. This is basically porn for me. Technically, you're not wrong. The sheriff of Fulton County, Georgia, says if Donald Trump were to be indicted in connection with efforts to overturn the 2020 election in the state, he would not receive special treatment and would be booked and photographed like any other defendant. Oh my God, if they perp walk him and photograph him, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose it. I'm going to fucking lose it. It's going to be so good. Oh, dude. Oh, that's so sick. For the record, a reporter films active shooter scare at the U.S. Senate. Appears to be a false alarm. Remember that? Before some Hogwatch, here's some Libwatch.
And further overt acts in furtherance of that agreement.
When you report on the indictment, but she keeps sucking. That's so dumb. Are you dressing fancy for the indictment tomorrow? I mean, maybe. We got leftovers in the morning. So I'm going to ask Ethan to potentially put a suit and tie on too and wear one on my stream. Nothing can come of this. Indictments in the form of real punishments. Do you think anything will come of this one? I mean, I think he's got a bunch of... his situation keeps getting worse and worse. Like, the first one, the Manhattan District Attorney one, was like... That was a bit of a stretch, right? Like, he was still in a very Trumpian fashion. It took something that originally would be considered maybe not illegal, but, like, not cool to do, that you would pay a fine for. And did it in a way... so openly and so flagrantly that you could technically consider it criminal. Then the second indictment from the Jack Smith prosecution came down, and it was like, oh, it's open and shut. But you could say technically that mishandling classified documents isn't the worst crime of all time, even though it is an open and shut indictment that was airtight. You know what I mean? And then this last one came down where you got false electors, and you have conspiracy to defraud conspiracy to defraud the American people, trying to incite a riot, trying to incite an insurrection, and like actively working and even calling up the Rathlisberger, not Pittsburgh's very own local celebrity, and then stating that you want the exact number of electors. I mean, it's just ridiculous. You should have time arraignment isn't until 4 p.m. EST tomorrow. Anyway, Steelers haven't had a losing season in 2 decades. I think that maybe one thing to consider is that straight up intimidated federal, state prosecutors, judges, their families. I'd like to think that they won't let that slide regardless of their parties. I mean, I think that more importantly than anything else, like, it's not a duty to protect one another. It's not a duty to protect like the justice system or elections or anything like that. I think it's more so that Trump is seen as a liability by the Republican Party for stuff like this. Because if he just like kept it to doing incredible things for the Republican donor class, which he did, and just kept it at that, he would not be considered as big as a liability, and the Republican Party's infrastructure would be willing to defend him as they did throughout his tenure. You know what I mean?
Conspiracy to overturn the 2020 election results, which ended with the January 6th assault on the Capitol. So far, he is the only defendant in this particular case. With us now, John Laurel.
Yinzers do not make Eagles fans look normal. That is some excellent Pennsylvania cope. I'm sorry. It's just not true. You want it to be true. No matter how hard you wish it to be true, it is not. As far as I understand, no Pittsburgh Steeler fan has ever eaten horse manure. obviously no Pennsylvania sports fan is normal. It's usually just like, it's usually just a pit of despair. It's a race to the bottom. But I would say Pittsburgh fans are a little more normal, even though they're both abnormal.
Attorney representing the former president. John, good to see you.
Good morning. Good
Welcome
to be here.
To the set. We're glad to have you here in person. So let's start with some basic information. Is the former president planning to appear in court on Thursday in Washington?
That's really up to the Secret Service and the United States Marshal Service. He's required to appear either virtually or in person on Thursday, and he'll do that.
Does he want to be there in person?
It really depends on the security arrangements, so that's not in our control. But what the president wants to do is absolutely defend himself on these baseless charges. This is the first time that political speech has been criminalized in the history of the United States. It's the first time where a current president is using the criminal process to attack a former president on policy issues. We are in a constitutional abyss right now. We've never seen this.
Damn, he's hitting the same script, dude. He's hitting the same high notes, baby.
In 40 years as a defense lawyer, I've never seen this, but the president wants his day in court. But my favorite type of lawyer speak is being Trump's lawyer, having Trump do something that is like completely unimaginable, because most people in that level, most people with that kind of power rarely ever want to rock the boat in such insane ways, unless they're a real estate fail son who failed upwards so successfully that he doesn't ever think that he will ever see any kind of punishment or accountability whatsoever. And you go, oh man, I can't believe this is a one-of-a-kind case. It's like, yeah, it is, but not for the reasons that you think it is. Like, you might try to turn around and be like, wow, this is such a one-of-a-kind case because, like, they're really coming after my client, sir. It's like, no, it's a one-of-a-kind case because it's like the legal equivalent of, like, a cannibal trying to rob a bank naked and like eating some of the tellers or something. It's like, it's only a one-of-a-kind case because it's so unique, because the crimes that you're engaging in at that point and the flagrant way that you are engaging in such crimes is unique. Most importantly, he wants to get to the truth, which we will do in this case.
Current president, of course, says he has not talked to the attorney general or anyone at the Justice Department about these ongoing cases, specifically knowing that guys like you are
going to... Hunter Biden laptop was a Russian, hoax.
Completely unrelated matter, yes. And we should point out here on page 2, they make very clear, the defendant has a right, like every American, to speak publicly about the election and even to claim falsely that there had been outcome determinative fraud during the election and that he won. The issue is that they're claiming the actions taken and the deception and misleading supporters is what causes the criminal.
Advocacy and political action is equally protected by the First Amendment. So the First Amendment protects President Trump in this way. After 2020, he saw all these irregularities. He got affidavits from around the country, sworn testimony. He saw the rules being changed in the middle of the election process. As a president, he's entitled to speak on those issues. What the government would have to prove in this case...
Guys, they're being so ridiculous with my client. Like, he's just having a chat, dude. He's just having a chat. Once again, wild. You cannot make this argument about conspiracy to rob a fucking bank. You cannot make this argument about conspiracy to commit acts of terror. You know what I mean? It's crazy. You can't do that. You can try. I don't know if it'll work, though.
Beyond a reasonable doubt is that speech is not protected by the First Amendment.
But John, he
They'll
also
never be
had
able to do that.
He also, I know the clock is ticking, he also had a steady drumbeat from very qualified, including his own Attorney General, Bill Barr, who said this election was not stolen, Mr. President. He was told time and time and time again. And so he made a decision about which attorneys he would listen to. And I'm trying to figure out what was his process in deciding who he was going to listen to and who he's not, because he had very high qualified top people telling him repeatedly, and court rulings that told him this election was not stolen. Yet he continues today to still say it was.
The smoking gun of innocence.
The smoking gun of innocence?
Of innocence, which is a legal opinion from John Eastman, who's a constitutional scholar, who said, Mr. President, even aside from all the allegations of fraud, what you saw were changes in the rules in the middle of the political process. Only the legislatures in the states can make determinations as to the qualifications of electors under Article 2 of the Constitution. So John Eastman, who's an eminent scholar, gave the president an option, actually several options. What the president said is, I'm going to take the option that asks Mr. Pence to pause the voting so we go back to the contested states and allow the states one last time to make a decision on that. Nothing about that is criminal.
Why is it legal to say vote for me, but illegal to ask for 11,000 votes? Just curious. Exactly. I don't understand. Wow. Your Honor is really fucked up. When I take a piss in the bathroom of a public location, it's perfectly fine. But all of a sudden, when I decide to whip my dick out and take a piss in the middle of this courtroom, you're going to have an issue with that? Seems ridiculous. I'm a lawyer, by the way. It's kind of fucked up.
The investigation has shown that Mike Pence wasn't asked to pause the election. That's not what happened.
Actually, ultimately, in the ellipse speech, that's exactly what the president asked. Now, with respect to what the options were, all of the options that were offered to Mr. Pence were in that memo. Ultimately, President Trump, as the last option, asked Mr. Pence to pause the voting, and that was in the ellipse speech.
In the indictment where it says that Donald Trump said to Mike Pence at one point, you're just too honest, what does he mean by that?
Well, we don't even know what the circumstances were of that conversation. We have no idea the context. But what we do know is everything that President Trump did was with the advice of lawyers and counsel. That's an absolute defense.
To be fair, okay, so he's setting it up to to lock down the council independently, okay? However, I guess you could make that same argument for the mishandling of classified documents one as well, but ultimately it's not valid. Like you can try and establish that, but it's certainly not valid, considering that one, you still acted on it, and two, you had other legal counsel telling you the exact opposite, and you chose to follow the legal counsel that was giving you information that you wanted to hear.
To a criminal case. Now, you may disagree about policy or disagree whether or not he made the right decision, but this is the first time that political speech has been criminalized, and they have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he had corrupt intent, which they'll never do.
Are you concerned with the possibility, and it sounds like it's going to happen, that former Vice President Mike Pence is going to be a witness up against the former president?
We expect that he will be a witness, but what he has said consistently is he never thought that the president acted criminally.
He did say he protected the Constitution
Absolutely.
On that day.
And there's disagreement about what the Constitution means, and that's why you have constitutional scholars fighting this out. Mr. Pence is a lawyer. Not once did he...
Dude, you can fucking... Oh, my God. You can have an issue with constitutional lawyers duking it out. It's still... and have it still be a crime. Like, even if there are disagreements among scholars on particular issues, it can still very much be a crime that your client committed. It's kind of stupid.
Did he say, Mr. Trump, what you're asking me is criminal. Don't do that.
This is basically the highest level of... is this Admiralty Maritime Court? You know how we watch those sovereign citizen guys who always are like, "Oh, Your Honor, is this a Admiralty Maritime Court? Because under the American jurisdiction, I cannot be prosecuted for free travel and free trade or whatever the fuck. Like, that's what he's doing here. It's like, well, you know, I know it's a violation, or they're saying it's a violation, but I don't know. I admire the lawyer's ability to come up with a somewhat cogent argument in this case, to be honest. It's mad that he's even come up with something at all. I mean, this is probably one of Trump's more normal lawyers. He doesn't even have like a funny taco penis style name. So that's what happened here.
And two other quick things. This is a federal court in Washington.
Yes.
It's going to require a jury. That's a city that voted overwhelmingly against the former president. Would you seek?
If one of your lawyers told you could legally rob a bank and the other lawyer told you couldn't, and then the police, the chief of police that is your friend, told you, no, you can't rob a fucking bank, and you ended up conspiring to rob a bank anyway and got everything ready to rob the bank and like basically started to rob the bank and then it failed, you can't just turn around and be like, well, one of my lawyers told me I could do it. Like, you kind of can't do that.
Seek a venue change?
Absolutely. That's one of
Where
the
do you
first
want it to
things
go
we're gonna
instead?
do. Well, there's other options. I mean, there's certainly West Virginia, which is close by. There's other areas of the country.
West Virginia?
Absolutely. It's very in close proximity to D.C.
Which is like the political opposite of Washington, D.C.
Well,
you think you'll
listen,
get a fair trial there?
It's much more diverse in Washington, D.C., which I think went 95% for Mr. Biden.
One other thing.
Or there's other places. But the bottom line is the president, like everyone sitting in this room, is entitled to a fair trial. And we're going to get that.
In his
Donald
statement,
Trump has said that even if he's convicted, he will still continue to run for president. Do you think that?
Yeah, I mean, he can do that. That is legally in his rights to do so. There's precedent for it. Eugene V. Debs did it. It'll be really funny. So I'm on board with that. If we're being real, I think that'll be awesome. The only problem is he won't be able to do his like he won't be able to do his appearances. You know what I mean? Here's Trump's campaign courtroom calendar, which I think is pretty funny. It's like a release. It's a release schedule. Thursday, the January 6th D.C. court appearance is going to happen. August 23rd, 2023 is the first GOP debate. October 2nd, 2023, Trump Organization civil suit. January 15th is the Iowa caucuses, but it also happens to be the E. Jean Carroll civil defamation suit, which, by the way, need not happen. But it did, because the first suit came down and Trump was found, I guess technically Trump was liable in the original defamation suit, to which he responded by defaming E. Jean Carroll in the same exact manner on CNN. Just remember, They literally, like, they're like, oh, yeah, you can't do this. You have to pay E. Jean Carroll money now. And then he turned around and said the exact same thing. A multiple $million blunder at this point for Trump. Then there's the pyramid scheme class action lawsuit on January 29, 2024. On March 5, it is Super Tuesday. March 25th is the New York State criminal hush money suit, which is the Manhattan DA. Then on May 20th, 2024 is the classified docs trial that starts. And July 15th, 2024 is the RNC, the Republican National Convention. And November 5th, 2024 is the election day. Now, of course, there's going to be a lot more in between. If, some of these things end up being troublesome for him. Well, not the civil suits necessarily, but he will arrange a deal with the Justice Department where he stops running for president and he goes free. I feel like that would be the shittiest outcome. That would not be great. I do not want that.
That is, in many cases, if you're convicted of a crime, that sort of puts you out in
I also don't think that he would do that anyway. But
terms of a job that you may be seeking. Do you think it would be okay for him to be president of the United States if he's convicted of this crime?
In a case where there's a political prosecution, there's no doubt that he's going to continue to run. None of these charges preclude him from being president of the United States, not one.
Real quick, the Trump campaign yesterday called this reminiscent of Nazi Germany in the 1930s, the former Soviet Union, and other authoritarian dictatorial regimes.
Also, yeah, I don't even know how you would be able to give him a plea deal like that. The Justice Department can't stop state-level investigations anyway. The DOJ can, though. And two of the strongest suits are from the Department of Justice. Two of the strongest indictments are coming down from the DOJ and not necessarily the Manhattan DA. There is also a statewide RICO charge that is up right now. An investigation that's being conducted in that basically dovetails into the famous phone call. So there's that as well. Oh, here's Donald Trump's retaliation. This is nothing more than the latest corrupt chapter in the continued pathetic attempt by the Biden crime family and their weaponized DOJ to interfere with the 2024 presidential election, in which President Trump is the undisputed frontrunner and leading by substantial margins. But why did they wait 2.5 years to bring these fake charges right in the middle of President Trump's winning campaign of 2024? Why was it announced the day after the big crooked Joe Biden scandal broke out from the halls of Congress? What was the scandal? What is the fucking big scandal? That Hunter Biden committed tax fraud, tax evasion, and got a gun and claimed that he was not under the influence. The Joe and Hunter talked on the phone sometime. Wait, what? That Joe Biden and Hunter Biden talked on the phone. You want to know what's really funny about the Burisma shit? I said this way back in the day when I talked about the Hunter Biden Burisma scandal under the Trump administration, if you recall. What Joe Biden did as vice president, as far as I understood it at the time, maybe I misread it, was quite literally the exact opposite of what Hunter Biden would have wanted for Burisma. Following through with the Ukrainian government to ensure that they take out a corrupt prosecutor who was not actually following through on their investigation and bring charges to Burisma was exactly the opposite of what you would do if you wanted what's best for your son. If you wanted what's best for your son would be to say, no, keep going with the fucking prosecutor. That's great. This was all known even back then. And when I talked about it, people would say I'm a fucking dick rider for Joe Biden or whatever, or Hunter Biden. However, having said that, Hunter Biden getting a job at Burisma was bullshit. That was a nepotism job, 100% a nepotism hire. Burisma most likely thought that they would get away with certain charges with American influence from the son of the vice president. I do love how Coke getting discovered at the White House was like a one-day story. It would have been a headline for a month back in the day. To be fair, I think Fox News tried to make something happen out of that. But even they were like, yeah, we kind of give up, dog. This is not going anywhere. This is the Biden bombshell. On Monday, Devin Archer blows the whistle on the Biden family. On Tuesday, Donald Trump is indicted for the third time. Anyone who still can't see the corruption of this administration is willfully blind. What? Breaking. Former President Trump has been indicted by a federal grand jury investigating efforts to overturn the 2020 election. You are in a civil war. That's pretty funny. The beanie's tight on my boy, dude. What? I don't care about this shit, dude. Don't fucking send me stuff like that, chatter. Come on. We're having fun here.
I think what all Americans are concerned about.
But comparing this to the Nazis?
All Americans are concerned about this, the criminalization of free speech. When I'm in that courtroom.
Glazed over the Devin Archer comment real quick. Wait, you think I'm hiding something? No, I don't even know what the fuck that is. What happened with Devin Archer? People are so fucking stupid. Like, no, dude. No. Devin Archer, Hunter Biden's former business partner, testifies before the House Oversight Committee. The closed-door testimony is part of the GOP investigations into the Biden family. He said that the youngest Biden's business dealings and what, if any, involvement with his father had with them. Archer and his attorney Matt Schwartz were on Capitol Hill for several hours on an interview with the Republican-led House Oversight Committee. First and foremost, if Hunter Biden was legitimately having back and forth communications with Joe Biden that pertained to like his job and was trying to seek out was trying to seek out like some kind of additional benefits, and they go to jail, do you think I give a fuck? Yeah, fucking throw them in jail. Throw both Hunter and Joe Biden in jail right now, tomorrow. I don't give a shit. Suck my dick. You've been in here for long enough to know that I personally do not give a single shred of a fuck. Okay? But that doesn't mean that I'm going to fucking sit down and endlessly pontificate on every right-wing distraction when half of them are literally like, the FBI, we're unsealing things that people wrote into the FBI.gov website, crime tab about Hunter Biden being like abducted by aliens or some shit. Okay, half the time that's what's going on. It's usually just greatly overblown, spectacularly overblown by right-wing operatives, and it goes nowhere. And the reason why it goes nowhere isn't because it's, ultimately there's this like pedophile deep state conspiracy. It goes nowhere because they can't even get these guys to fucking be credible witnesses. Archer subsequently told lawmakers on Monday that Hunter Biden would frequently take his father's phone calls in the company of business associates and put him on speakerphone, according to lawmakers and sources familiar with the testimony, a development that sparked partisan jockeying over its significance. James Comer, the Republican chairman of the Oversight Committee, called it evidence that Joe Biden lied to the American people when he said he had no knowledge about his son's business dealings and was not involved. Did you see Marjorie Taylor Greene's tweet about Hunter's text where he goes on a Sorkin-like speech about how the system works and the way it's supposed to be treating him and Archer this strictly? Hunter Biden was selling the illusion of access to his father, Archer told the panel. Oh, dude, I do believe that. Oh, wait. Okay, so this is their star witness. He says Hunter Biden was selling the illusion of access to his father, Archer told the panel, according to Goldman, but never directly involved his father in any of their business dealings. So that's the big whammy, is that Hunter Biden shamelessly is a nepotism recipient, because we all knew that already. Yeah. That's the fucking bombshell chatter? Really? That's the fucking bombshell? Yeah, we knew that. His last name is Biden, dumbass. You think Burisma fucking hired him because he knows how to do crack better than anybody else and fuck prostitutes better than anybody else? Burisma was like, we have to have this guy. We have to have this guy. He's never done anything in the field of energy, but I think he's going to be incredible at finding the greatest crack cocaine for us and bang the best prostitutes. Is that why? No, they hired him because his last name is Biden, dumbass. Everybody understands that. The fuck? Trump and his kids never benefited from nepotism. So obviously you're saying this sarcastically, and they clearly did. But that is not... Okay, here's the thing. That is not an adequate counter to this. Both are wrong. Okay? And under a normal circumstance, under a normal system, both should be at least punished. Fined, punished, criminally prosecuted. But we don't live under that system. We live under a system where nepotism is completely normal. Okay? By those standards, they should have made you an offer too. Well, who's to say they didn't? Yes. I also know how to do crack cocaine the best and bang prostitutes the best. And to be fair, Burisma also, I will admit, wanted me to be on their board. And I told them, There's one thing I know better than that, and that's to serve you the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of the hour every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Full transparency, baby. I said no. Now, of course, you can proverbially say no to the top of the hour ad break. You can do that. How, you might ask? Well, you can do that by subscribing for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Maybe you can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. So I hope that that chatter is now happy that we have covered yet another insane segment from the Hunter Biden saga. There always is this kind of new thing, that new development that's happening, a jiggling of the keys. Okay, Infinite Ryman, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. You have the capacity not to be duped by it, or you can believe in it. Some of you choose to, which is weird. Moth666, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs.
I'm not going to be representing.
Yeah, if it's not a big deal, why did Congress have a whole hearing on it? Exactly. What? The Republicans would never hold a congressional hearing for some absolute dumb shit. Hasan, are you implying that the congressional Republicans would hold a meeting and try to create endless fuss about something that is ultimately insignificant and no charges will come out of? Stop it. What's next, dude? Are you going to tell me that the Democrats also shamelessly capitulate to every kind of unreasonable demand Republicans make in the interest of civility, even though they're basically paid for as the controlled opposition party? Stop it. That's never going to happen. What's next? Is the Supreme Court of the United States actually not operating on genuine intellectual differences in understanding constitutional law like textualism versus a living, breathing document? I don't know about that. I mean, come on, please don't say that to me. That's every illusion is shattered if you say that. No way, dude. I want to believe that the Supreme Court justices are all impartial and are not motivated by their own personal politics that they were put in a position of power for. Especially the last round of Supreme Court justices that were basically appointed into that position after a 35-year-long project by the under the control of the mega wealthy American elites that are reactionary right-wing pieces of shit that wanted to manipulate the American public into voting on the boundaries of criminalizing abortion. There's no fucking shot that would happen. A 35-year-long project under called the Federalist Society? Get the fuck out of here. What's next? You're going to tell me that they set up shop in every right-wing law institution in the country with the hopes that they could start grooming boys into becoming federal circuit judges and federal judges all the way up to the Supreme Court? Get the fuck out of here. Republicans would never actually end up court packing and then turn around and publicly decry that the Democrats are doing court packing. That would never happen. Oh, anyway.
Only the President of the United States. I'm going to be representing every American that wants to speak freely, because this is the first time that the Justice Department has been turned on free speech.
But comparing it to the Nazis, you think that's a good move?
Listen,
First of all, McCarthyism happened, okay? Technically, it is illegal to be a communist, okay? The idea, it's not really enforced in a similar way, but like the idea that like this has never happened is so fucking stupid. Shut the fuck up, okay? That's so dumb.
What we're dealing with right now is a Justice Department that's outside constitutional bounds, and everyone's entitled to raise that issue.
All right, we're going to have to leave it there this morning.
Yeah, leave it there, baby. Let's go.
We got our first inkling that an indictment was coming when the...
Ooh, Trump is rattled following the indictment news. Back to back. Maggie Haberman is back where she belongs, at the tippy top of this conversation, as the #1 Trump insider reporter. Maggie Haberman will tell us about how rattled Donald Trump is while I go pee.
The former president posted on his social network earlier today. This began with an attack on the special counsel, Jack Smith, which doesn't bear repeating, I should note, but is something that you see frequently from the former president. Joining us now is someone who knows the former president backward and forward, CNN political analyst and New York Times senior Washington correspondent and best-selling Trump biographer, Maggie Haberman. Maggie, thank you for joining me tonight. I wonder, as you know, we had been bracing for this indictment, waiting for it to come down. As you've read through it, what stood out to you?
A couple of things, Caitlin. Number one, much of this was known. Much of this was in the public domain, or it was uncovered by the House Select Committee run by Liz Cheney and some of her colleagues. And so you look at this 2 years of investigative work that preceded this, and it's all there. It's all very clear. There were a couple of threads that they boiled down, Jack Smith's team boiled down, into 3 conspiracies that he says took place and that Trump was at the center of. What is striking is the very few new details they have are from, say, Mike Pence, who clearly talked to investigators about private conversations he had with Trump, who had, I'm told, his notes subpoenaed, which is why they show up there. There is an effort by Jack Smith in this indictment to say that what Trump did goes beyond free speech and goes beyond free political expression and was using the government to try to carry out these conspiracies. You're going to hear Trump's team respond that this was free speech and he believed the election was stolen, and you will continue hearing that.
Yeah, we just heard that from John Lauro a few moments ago, trying to make that argument about the fake elector scheme, remarkably. But, as we often know, Maggie, you and I have covered Trump for several years, you much longer than I have, but he often tries to kind of project a sense of bravado when something like this is coming. He announced before the indictment had actually come down that he believed it was coming. But what is your sense of what he really feels about this indictment and the charges and the people that the special counsel has spoken to in this?
It's a great question, Caitlin, and you are correct. He loves to project bravado. He also loves to be in control and have every moment that happens in his life exist on his terms. And so that's why he has tried to narrate his own indictments over the 3 that have happened so far, 3.5 if you count last week. But privately behind the scenes, he's very angry. He is much more rattled than he is projecting being. Again, as you say, everything with him is about appearances, and he wants to give off the appearance that everything is fine. He is very upset. Folks around him are very upset. On the one hand, they were...
That's right. I've been stealing content from Maggie motherfucking Haberman, folks. You got me. You got me. I did that. Messed up.
Relieved reading this indictment that there were not more details that they didn't know that were in it. On the other, there was a reference to 6 co-conspirators, and that raises questions about will anyone else face charges and will more details be revealed if that happens.
And I think that's really critical here because you're right about the new details. It came to Pence's notes. I think the Pat Cipollone, asking him to stand down on the election, rejecting certifying the votes part. But the fact that there are 6 unindicted co-conspirators here who could very soon become indicted co-conspirators here. I mean, the idea those indictments could shed a lot of light on what they were also doing behind the scenes.
That's right. And again, to be clear, they have not named these people, and we don't know that they will face charges. But the way we have seen Jack Smith do these indictments...
I'm going to keep it a $150. Rudy is flipping, okay? Rudy is flipping. Sidney Powell is a psycho, so, she might be a roll dog. You know what I mean? I did wash my hands, yes. Thank you for asking. Only because I ate some French fries earlier, so I felt greasy, so I was like, I'm gonna wash my hands this time, and plus I'm not actually in my house, I feel like Rudy Giuliani is the first to flip. You can't trust that guy.
So far is he starts out with a certain piece and then he expands. We saw him expand in the documents case last week with a superseding indictment and a new co-defendant for Trump who works for him. You are seeing in this sprawl around Trump's world how many people this indictment touches on. And I think that always creates a sense of anxiety for Trump because, as we said before, he likes to project control and have control so much.
And what about Mark Meadows? I mean, the idea, he's not
He also likes to do everything right, and they still indict him. So, just not mentioning that is kind of fucked up, I think. Co-conspirator number 6. My money's on Hunter Biden. Dark horse bet. Dude, that would be fucking sick.
Not mentioned here by name in this indictment. Obviously, there's been suspicion in Trump world that he was cooperating.
I think whenever you do walk away from streaming, we're in the middle of a video from somebody that could or would get mad. You should play one of your YouTube videos while we wait. That way, no possibility of anyone getting mad. Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Operating with the special counsel's team. What is your sense of his role in all of this, and of course, whether or not Trump believes he's actually cooperating?
Well, Trump is very suspicious about Meadows and has been for some time, but Trump is suspicious about a very wide range of people, and it often doesn't necessarily mean anything. I don't know that Meadows is cooperating, Caitlin. I don't think that anybody knows except for Mark Meadows and his lawyer and maybe one or two other people. But it's clear that Mark Meadows, we know that he testified. We know that he spoke with investigators. It's clear there are some scenes in there that he had knowledge of, and I suspect they asked him about it and that they used what he said if it was confirming for what the bigger picture that they were looking at. But there's nothing in there so far that suggests either that Mark Meadows was providing extensive information that they didn't have access to already, or that Mark Meadows might face charges. Again, we don't know what we don't know. We don't know what else prosecutors have. But on the face of it, that's what this looks like. There's shades of Meadows in there. There's shades of Mike Pence in there. But beyond that, it doesn't look like there's a lot to grab onto.
Okay, so CNN is doing an interactive, who are the Trump co-conspirators in the 2020 election interference indictment? Co-conspirator 1 is former Trump lawyer Rudy Giuliani, among other things, which, by the way, I'm in his state right now. I'm in his city. He is America's mayor, but specifically New York's mayor. So remember that. Ted Goodman, a political advisor, Giuliani said in a statement that every fact Mayor Rudy Giuliani possessed about this case establishes a good faith basis President Donald Trump had for the actions he took. Co-conspirator 2 is former Trump lawyer John Eastman, the one who circulated a 2-page memorandum with a plan for Vice President Mike Pence to overturn the 2020 election while presiding over the Electoral College certification on January 6, 2021. One thing that I find really funny about this is that these guys are like actual lawyers. And their best plan of action in this situation was perhaps one of the funniest ways to try and stop this process. A idiotic, almost purely aesthetic, like stopping a procedural thing that is almost conducted for aesthetic reasons. Like, that's the best you got? That's the best idea that you guys had, was to stop the vote certification, like everyone's going to forget what happened? It's incredible. Charles Burnham, attorney for Eastman, said the indictment relies on a misleading presentation of the record and that his client would decline a plea if offered one. The fact is, if Dr. Eastman is indicted, he will go to trial. If convicted, he will appeal. The Eastman legal team is confident of his legal position on the matter. Co-conspirator number 3 is an absolute psychopath, Sidney Powell, who filed a lawsuit against the governor of Georgia, alleging massive election fraud, and the lawsuit was dismissed. The dates in quotation match a federal lawsuit that Powell filed against Georgia Governor Brian Kemp. Co-conspirator number 4 is former Justice Department official Jeffrey Clark. The indictment also quotes an email that a top Justice Department official sent to Clark, rebuting Clark's attempts to use the department to overturn the election. The quotes in that email directly match quotes in an email sent to Clark, according to a Senate report about how Trump tried to weaponize the Justice Department in 2020. CNN has reached out to an attorney for Clark. Co-conspirator number 5 is pro-Trump lawyer Kenneth Cheesebro. I can't. I mean, how? What? Where do you find these lawyers, man? Where do you find a lawyer with a name like Kenneth Cheesebro? How do you find this lawyer? The identity of co-conspirator 6 is unclear. The indictment says they are a political consultant who helped implement a plan to submit fraudulent states of presidential electors to obstruct the certification proceeding. The indictment also further ties this person to the fake elector slate in Pennsylvania. New York Times is claiming that it is Boris Epstein, an advisor of the Trump campaign, matches the description of an email the indictment attributed to one of the 6 unnamed co-conspirators. That's it. Ay, ay, ay. The room temperature superconductor has an update. I don't know about Tom's Hardware. What is tomshardware.com? If the superconductor findings have been replicated, I feel like it would not be on tomshardware.com. Wait, really? Wouldn't it be like on CNN and shit? Like, I'm not even... It's an old PC publication? Okay, but like... It was? Wait, it has been... A random trans lesbian figured it out before any of the big labs? Oh, if it's on science.com, then it's a little bit different. It's reporting on a preprint study that also hasn't been peer reviewed yet, so it's kind of bedge. I mean, even if it's a non-peer reviewed preprint study, if you can replicate it, I mean, that would imply that like a lot of people are also faking it. You know what I mean? Which could happen, I guess, technically, but it doesn't really matter if it hasn't been peer reviewed yet. As long as you have replicated it, that means it's solid, no? Anyway, we'll get back to this in a little bit. You frickin' stem cells, dude. Stem cells can't stop themselves. When polycells are having a good time, stem cells have to butt in and be like, well, what about my room temperature superconductor? Stop it. This is our room temperature superconductor moment, okay? No, that's not it, actually. Trump getting perp walk would be our room temperature superconductor replication. Anyway. Let's see what Republicans are saying now.
The lawyer last night was on CNN, cleaned their clocks. The guy said they're trying to speed this trial up. We need maybe 9 months to a year. This isn't getting done before the election. And anyway, it's going to get appealed and it's going to go to SCOTUS and SCOTUS is going to knock it down. What the Republicans need to do is time the impeachment because that's the main draw. And if you put up impeachment with the Trump trials, I don't think the Democrats want to stomach that.
Jessica, on the
lawyer last night was on CNN.
What? What the Republicans need to do is impeachment because that's the main draw? Like, what? Why is he openly saying that? This is not a geek-friendly chat. Go super deduct into some bitches chat. Yeah, true. I don't get it. He literally just said, as a distraction, throw a fucking smoke grenade on the ground in the form of an impeachment doesn't matter over what, and draw the attention away from Donald Trump's criminal misconduct. Okay, let's see. My favorite Fox programming, Greg Gutfeld.
You would have been in the movie in another world. It's just so many.
I'm already orange.
I know, but there's so many kids. They don't want your ankle bracelet going off every time you go near one.
KT, I'm going to let that.
What am I doing here?
Some tough.
They're just calling each other pedophiles. What do you mean? It's just normal stuff. The documents case might take a lot of time because Trump's lawyers do have a lot of work to do, and a judge who is predisposed to siding with him, but the January 6th case isn't going to take 9 months. Let's take a look at Rudolph.
I guess you have to be careful what you say. He still is the special investigator, the special prosecutor.
I
kind of holds, yours and others' future. Go ahead.
I long ago stopped being careful, and I don't worry about the Jack Smiths of this world. I have a chapter in my book called "Stand Up to Bullies." So here's what I say to Jack Smith: after the Supreme Court threw out your case, which should have been a disgrace, and you should have gone and found another profession because you don't belong in this one. This one will be your legacy, violating the right of free speech of an American citizen. Never mind whether he was president or not. It could be anybody. It could be a homeless person. You don't get to violate people's First Amendment rights, Smith, no matter who the hell you are, or no matter how sick you are with Trump derangement syndrome. And this isn't the first time you've acted like an unethical lawyer.
Not gonna lie, he's not looking too good right now, but that could also possibly be due to this. Here's a transcript of an audio tape filed in the lawsuit by Rudolph Giuliani's former assistant. Remember, he's under a separate trial at the moment due to his sexual misconduct, improper behavior, sexual harassment, and they got some fucking posts. Here's the transcript of the audio tape filed in the lawsuit against by his former assistant. Not hearsay, not her saying it. Rudy's voice on tape. I will be doing a reading into it. What is this? Another leaked audio thing? Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. I want to hear it so bad, but I'm just going to read it. Come here, big tits. Come here, big tits. Your tits belong to me. Give them to me. Indiscernible. I want to claim my tits. I want to claim my tits. I want to claim my tits. These are my tits. Miss Dunphy says, oh, yeah. Mr. Giuliani says, these breasts belong to me. Nobody else can get near these, okay? I don't care if they're flirting or if they give you business cards. These are mine. You got it? Miss Dunphy says, yes. Mr. Rudolph Giuliani proceeds. Understand? I'm very fucking possessive. I've gone easy on you. Miss Dunphy says, I don't know. Mr. Giuliani says, I've been easy on you. Miss Dunphy says, you're pretty tough on me. Mr. Giuliani says, I've been easy on you. Give them to me. Miss Dunphy says, maybe. More audio logs from Rudolph Giuliani. The way natural selection works, Jewish men have small cocks because they can't use them after they get married, whereas the Italian men use them all their lives, so they get bigger. Oh my God. More Rudolph Giuliani sentiments. Giuliani railed against how Jewish people want to go through that freaking Passover all the time and how they should get over the Passover because it was 3,000 years ago, okay? The Red Sea potted, the transcript reads. Big deal. Not the first time that happened. Giuliani doesn't elaborate on other instances when the Red Sea was parted. This is one of the funniest and most creative ways that you can be anti-Semitic, okay? It's one of those takes that is so insane that I don't even know if it is anti-Semitic or not. I don't even understand it. Like, it's one of those situations where you just said something so insane. Is it anti-Semitic? Like, what the fuck's going on? Are you trying to be? Are you onto something? Did you find out that there's differences? That it had happened already? What the fuck? Is he doing a euphemism for eating a girl out on her period? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck he's doing. It's like 19th century European pogroms type anti-Semitism. I don't really understand what he meant by this, but it's awesome, and I'm glad he said it. Big deal. The Red Sea's been potted before. Big whoop. Here's another Rudy clip. Oh, we already did the Jewish men have small cocks one. That one is also insane, but that's like more obviously anti-Semitic, but still, again, for like the most insane reasons. All right. We already saw Michael Pence talk about this, but it bears repeating. It's a 4-minute response. Let's take a look.
Can you share the conversation that you had with him prior to January 6th, and should he be prosecuted?
It's like being like, big deal. Jesus Christ came back to life. So did I. People come back to life all the fucking time after they die. Fuck you.
You know, January 6th was a tragic day.
Okay, this is the worst audio of all time. I'm not watching this. U.S. credit rating has been downgraded, citing declining standards of governance.
News overnight. A Wall Street ratings agency downgrading the U.S. credit rating. Fitch Ratings citing increased federal debt and 20 years of declining standards of governance in the U.S. Rebecca Jarvis is here with what that means for your wallet. Good morning, Rebecca.
Good morning to you, Michael. And just like everyone watching right now has a credit report that determines whether they can borrow money and how much they will pay to take on that new debt, the U.S. government has its own credit rating. And now for the first time since 2011, that rating has been downgraded. Fitch downgrading it from AAA status to AA+ status. So what does that mean in real terms? Well, right now, the U.S. government has about $31 trillion in debt. That debt is growing, and it's expected to exceed the total size of the U.S. economy in very short order. And as this downgrade takes place, it makes it potentially harder for the government to borrow money and more expensive. Now, we haven't seen that play out yet, but if it were to, it would potentially raise taxes and create cuts in certain government spending, meaning fewer government programs in the future. At this point, what we've seen in the stock market is a relatively muted response, and part of that is that nothing here is new other than the announcement itself. It acknowledges what's happened in the past, and it acknowledges the problem going forward, which...
Oh, wait. I didn't realize Don Jr. had a statement on Michael Pence.
Your dad's former VP had this to say on Twitter. So today's indictment serves as an important reminder. Anyone who puts himself over the Constitution should never be president of the United States. And he wonders why he hasn't even qualified for the debate stage.
Yeah, listen, I'd always gotten along with Mike Pence. I don't think I've taken any shots at him. I'm not sure what lane he's ever running in. But when I read that, knowing what happened, and having been in the room for some of these things, Honestly, I was wrong to have thought as highly of him as I had in the past.
Damn.
That was a mistake, and I don't admit those things too lightly.
Yeah.
Damn, he came out swinging, dude. What a ledge.
Well, your dad's latest fun.
Don Jr. sounds like shit. Is the cocaine catching up with him? Yeah, he's not on it today. That's why it's like weak sauce. All right, let's watch. Let's do some Hogwatch, baby.
Why can't 30 million of us, 40 million of us, drive to Washington, D.C.? I know it's a long way for me. I live in Oregon. So all I need is gas, food, and water. That's all I need. That's all I need. It's all we all need to get there. Get there, just sleep in your car, set up shop right there at the White House. You know, what are they going to do if 20, 30 million people converge on the White House at Washington, D.C. and demand Joe Biden resign, demand Kamala Harris resign? What are they going to do? We the people, they work for us. They're not in charge of us. 81 million people did not vote for that person. Didn't happen. No chance. There's no chance of it. So what's stopping us?
Like, what has the Biden administration done that has frustrated this man? Like, is it not really fully pushing for infrastructure spending? Is that what it was? Is it any infrastructure spending at all that came from the IRA? Like, what's going on in his mind? I want to know. I want to understand. Is it like... Because the issue that I have with the Democratic Party is pretty obvious. They are feckless. They are cowards. They are inept. Right? And they claim to care about Americans and refuse to follow through on promises that they made to Americans, even if those promises are light. I just don't know anymore. I don't know, like what do these guys want? Like, I'm pretty sure if Joe Brandon acted out exactly as a Republican president would, and in some respects he has, on immigration, on anything, they would still 100% be like, yeah, but he's a Democrat, so he's a pedophile. And Dylan Mulvaney did Bud Light, and everyone's being trans now. And it's the Democratic fault. I don't know what I want. I'm just angry. Like, that's what it is.
You know, in 1932, Herbert Hoover... veterans came back from World War I. They were back from World War I, and they were promised a bonus payment, and they never received their bonus payment. They ended up getting it back in 1936, 1938. They got issued their payment. But they went up to D.C., set up shop at the White House, protested, set up camp, had food and everything. And you know what Herbert Hoover did? He ordered tanks in to clear them out. He ordered the army in to clear them out. He ordered the army to come in and clear fellow veterans, fellow army, Marines, whatever, out. Destroy the camps. You can watch it. There's video of it. They set fire to it. They used pew-pews on them. 2 were unalived. I mean...
I love the idea of a dude that has an arsenal, like some fucking rural Oregon hick who was in the Marine Corps, I guess, probably, having to abide by the TikTok standards and saying unalived while simultaneously talking about a violent revolution against the American government.
There's nothing our government will not do to us. And here's the thing. They have the military behind them because these men, they're so scared that, oh, I'm going to go to Leavenworth if I don't do what they tell me to do. Well, do you think the Nazis thought that too? Just following orders? Right. Just following orders. Anyway, we should all drive.
Yeah. Also, I mean, politically speaking, you are infinitely closer to fucking Nazis than you are to the Allies on that. But
we're not going to be able to vote our way out of this tyranny. They're not going to have it. They've committed too many crimes. They're exposed. They know it. The power has went to their head.
bro, mic check, please.
Whether you support Trump or not, they're after all of us. You have to realize this. So whether you support Donald Trump now, or you support him in November of 2024, or you never support him, if you don't support him, you're not immune to the left and to what they want to do to you. You're not immune. They're not just going to overlook you. They're not just going to pass over, for lack of a better... They're not. There's no way to avoid what they're doing. The police state wants to control all of us. There is no immunity. There is no vaccine to keep you...
Dude, fucking, is this Rumble or Kick? Which one is it? Love that. Love the you know, regular old Rumble streamer.
You from being affected by leftism and totalitarianism and tyranny in this country. There is nothing. There is no, well, I didn't support Trump, so you're going to leave me alone. This isn't like, as I said on Saturday, you know, the best way to survive being chased by a bear is to run faster than your slowest friend. No, the left is a different type of bear. They're going to eat your slowest friend, then they're going to eat you. They're not going to stop. Their appetite can never be appeased. Their
Yum. I mean, that's how I'm thinking
appetite
about
can
it.
never be satisfied. So whether you support Trump or you support Chris Christie or you think Donald Trump is orange or you think Ron DeSantis is the better choice and the primary is over and now you're upset and you're taking your ball and you're going home, they're not going to leave you alone. They're coming for your ball too. They're coming to your doorstep. It doesn't matter what you believe. That is going to happen. You are not immune to leftism. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Whether you are a Trump supporter, a DeSantis supporter, a Tim Scott supporter, a Chris Christie supporter, a Asa Hutchinson supporter, they are coming for you regardless. So get your head out of your ass. I don't care if you like Trump or not. Do you want to be controlled by tyrants? Yes or no? If the answer is no, then you know what you're going to have to do. You may have to put 15 clothespins on your nose to go into the polls and fill in that ballot for Donald J. Trump, given he's the nominee. You may have to do that. It's not about Trump. It's not about giving into whether or not you like the man. It's about, is he the only person right now standing in the way of tyranny and your doorstep? And the answer is yes. The answer is yes. Are you ready to man up? Are you ready to put your big boy pants on and do the right thing? That's what we need.
This is pretty funny because it's like vote blue no matter who, but on the other side. And everything I know about the vote blue no matter who narrative that is demonstrably a failure, I don't think it'll work on the right either. I mean, that's what he's doing. He's just like, vote red no matter bread? I don't fucking know.
Ridiculous what they're doing to Trump. Another indictment. This is ridiculous. How the fuck can you get away with doing another indictment? Really? What has he done wrong? Not a fucking thing, but made our country better. And you all dumb motherfuckers want to...
Brother, you got a pencil on your ear. I highly doubt that you hit the tax bracket. Like, what did Trump do for you that was good? Please explain to me what Trump did to you that was tangibly good. He didn't do shit for you. Okay? He didn't. He just owned the libs and you found it entertaining. Politics was like a telenovela for you for 4 years and you loved it because, like, you thought all of these people that are responsible for all of the hurt that you experience on a daily basis, in your mind, you thought that it was these libtards that were running the country and ruining your life, and the reason why Deborah left you. Trump was harming them. Trump was hurting their fifis. Meanwhile, he didn't do shit. Even if you make like $700K a year, yeah, he saved you like $2K. Like, it's literally nothing for actually rich people, and that tax break isn't going away.
to stop him. Fucking time to take this fucking country back. The white people, the black people, the Mexican people, the anybody people. It's time we stand our ground and take our country back. Let's get it done. All right.
There's a guy who lives in my local shell. He lives out of his van, bums the Wi-Fi, and has so many Trump and Republican stickers. It's like 105 degrees outside, and he's out there every day. The fuck did Trump do for you, lol? I just don't. I mean, I guess that guy's a little bit more understandable. He's just like openly, probably not mentally well.
Cock goblin tyrant. If you think our government is a gang of cock goblin tyrants like I do, one, we're friends now, and two, we need to be ready for any shit grenades that are.
Bro, I'm sorry, but you got a hair like that, you're a pretty boy, okay? Look at this man. I see his pectorals popping out of that Patriot t-shirt that's one size too small. I can see his nipples. And you got hair like a pretty boy. Don't fucking act like, you know, you don't engage in a little bit of cock gobbling on the side. There's nothing wrong with it, you know?
Government overlords throw at us. Now, if I had to guess, most of you guys who watch my videos probably already have Freedom machines, but a really good addition to add to your bug out bag is the Henry U.S. Survival Rifle. Obviously on social media, I can't show you the actual rifle because this video will get deleted quicker than Epstein's flight logs. The dude comes in this little carrying case right here. It is a 22 semi-automatic. It comes with 2 8-round magazines, and it only weighs 3.5 pounds. Obviously, I can't show you the full thing, but it is 35 inches when it's fully assembled, and all of it breaks down, goes into the buttstock, and there's a cover for it, and that makes it only 16.5 inches. This has been used by Air Force pilots who need a small caliber rifle. It is lightweight and reliable. Here's the size of one of the magazines.
Wait, what the fuck? He's just doing an ad for like a concealable weapon that you can use as a substitute for like a long barrel rifle. That's it.
This little dude assembles really quickly and no tools are needed. And it's even rumored that the buttstock floats. I don't know that for sure. I can't say that, but I'd imagine it probably does. You can go right now and get one of these for $250 to $350 for a very basic one. And the average person should have no problem taking out small game anywhere from 25 to 50 yards, even if you're not a marksman. I'm not an expert in anything, especially guns, but I do recommend you guys go out and get one of these. I've shot hundreds of rounds through mine, never had an issue. They're known for being reliable and lightweight. Stay self-reliant and train to be an asset to your team. Long live old school America, motherfucker.
Train to be an asset to your team? I don't get it. Like, why don't these guys just join the military and, like, go kill brown children overseas? Like, you can still do that. You can also just, like, go to... Dude, you can go to Ukraine. Why don't you just go to Ukraine? Go to Ukraine. Go to Ukraine. Defend Ukraine. Well, like, what? Why are you so horny to LARP about, like, a potential war? Just go to Ukraine. Don't encourage them. Oh, 100%. I think it's the best thing to do. If you are like a yee ass patriot that's like fantasizing about using your guns, why don't you just go to Ukraine? You will, for the first time in your life, actually go up against a state military with a standing army, okay, who has an equal amount, if not military superiority in certain respects. You'll actually experience what real combat looks like. You know what I mean? Go to Ukraine. Like, you can do it. You don't have to fantasize about it here. You can, like, literally go and fight. You know what I mean? And you'll be doing something honorable and just. You know, you're defending Ukraine from invaders. I don't get it.
Amendment.
Oh, my God. My king. What is he saying? What is he saying now?
Democrats, January 6th is like July 4th. To everybody else, it's just another day on the calendar. And if you talk to survivors or families of 9/11, of Pearl Harbor, I don't think they're the same thing. Some of these charges, I love it, conspiracy to defraud the government. Okay, well, what would you call Russia collusion? What would you call Hillary and the CIA knew that it was a lie?
Bro, he's got nothing other than nuh-uh, no you. None of this is going to help you in court. You know what I'm saying? Nuh-uh. No you, dude. No, the Democrats. Well, they did it too. It's like, all right, bitch, you should have fucking worked on it back then. All you're doing is sharing Trump's L's, okay? He was in power, and he couldn't use the DOJ against the Democratic Party. I don't understand it. Seems to me like your boy fucking sucks.
Still push it anyway. Not only that, concocted fake emails to make a judge spy on the Trump campaign. They defrauded the FISA court. Also, the laptop cover-up with the FBI, that's a conspiracy to defraud. That denied people their voting rights. Or the CIA PSYOP they ran on the laptop a month before the election, coordinated with the Biden campaign, another conspiracy.
I mean, this is instructive because, like, when you watch stuff like this, you understand what your parents are being mind broken into believing. You know what I mean? It's definitely decent to watch stuff like this so you can get a better understanding of like where they're coming from. You know what I mean? Because I can't keep up with half this shit.
Conspiracy. So if you're going to charge garbage like this, everyone's going to be in prison. I love this part of the indictment when Jack Smith says, well, fact checkers.
You don't know the lore, little bro? I mean, I kind of know the lore. I've kept up with the lore a little bit, not fully. It's hard to keep up with it because like they have more characters than a telenovela, okay? There's always like some other random guy because like no matter what they say, no matter what a guy says, no matter how far away that person is from the ridiculous claims that they're making, Republicans will be like, this is a whistleblower and he needs to be protected. Sure, fine. You know what I mean? But, like, we need to protect this whistleblower. He is the greatest whistleblower of all time. Also, every other whistleblower that came before him, like Chelsea Manning or Edward Snowden, they need to be executed, obviously. But this guy, this is a real whistleblower. And then the whistle that they're blowing is just like, it'll always just literally be something so stupid. Like Hunter Biden called his dad on the phone one time and was like, see? He picks up my phone calls. He loves me. See? There you go. Arrest him. Like, what whistle did you blow?
Said that there was no fraud. I don't think fact checkers have a great track record, so that's not even going to fly in court. Think about the margin of this election. There was 3 states, margin was razor thin, 42,000. You're saying Donald Trump was out of his mind to think he might be able to claw back half? That's what, 21? 21,000. That's all he needed to change out. And you're saying they're now going to put...
Wait, I'm sorry. What, you can't just do that. Like, what do you mean? That is insane. Yeah, it's just like, well, it was close. It was close. Why can't we just, like, cheat a little bit? Like, I'm sorry. You mean to tell me when it's close you can just, like, cheat? You can just get away with cheating? Like, how the fuck does that work? What is happening? As a treat, why can't we get 11,786 electors? Like, what's up with that? Come on, I'm the president. Come on.
The 2020 election on trial. Donald Trump is chomping at the bit. He's going to call witnesses. He's got subpoena power. He's going to put Detroit, Philly, Vegas on the stand and make them defend the integrity of their voting process. The lawyer last night was on CNN, cleaned their clock.
For the record, people saying, well, it happened in 2000, except no, it didn't. Because in 2000, they ended up winning originally. And they stopped the successful recount because they knew that the recount would absolutely show that the results produced in Florida were the exact opposite. So, no. Fox fell off #1 primetime viewers since dropping Tucker. Did they? This is just for people who love pro wrestling. Fox is on all day and wrestling is like once a week. Yeah, except... I don't know. I feel like people will get fatigued from like trying to keep up with all these like characters that aren't necessarily all that creative. Like you forget, wrestling is well written. Every single person that is involved is a flashy character that you can pay attention to. In the Trump world, these supposed whistleblowers are not cool and unique and interesting and telegenic. They're just fucking random guys who want to make like a little bit of a media hustle going. Get a little bit of a media hustle going on the side. Trump is the only person who's telegenic and charismatic. Copium, well written? I'm sorry, dude, but like, well written for the fucking taste of the average American, yeah. Yeah, maybe it's not your cup of tea, but yes, wrestling absolutely is entertaining. It's demonstrably entertaining. It's not like these characters are really complex figures either. You kind of get exactly what you expect. There's some lore, there's some background information, you understand their motivations, but it's very understandable for the average person. Whereas like knowing all of the names of like Trump's advisors or whatever is not as entertaining as fucking wrestling.
Clocks. The guy said they're trying to speed this trial up. We need maybe 9 months to a year. This isn't getting done before.
Point is, up and down the system, Republicans get like a 1 to 10% handicap depending on where it is, and everyone seems to think this is normal, so that's why they can't see shit like it's only 21,000 votes, just give it to us. They start talking about the fake electors.
Which includes a conversation that he had with Donald Trump, where Donald Trump, after asking him to overturn the election, to not do his job at certifying it, he says to Mike Pence, you know, you're too honest. When someone says you're too honest, that means that you want them to do the dirty thing, that you want them to do the bad thing.
Trump not as entertaining as wrestling might be the take from you that would just actually upset him if he heard it. No, Trump is entertaining as wrestling, but the side characters are not. Also, Trump literally is so entertaining and has been entertaining as in the wrestling universe too. So the problem is Trump himself, who was at WrestleMania and is friends with fucking Vince McMahon, he's entertaining. Other characters, on the other hand, are not. It's like if WrestleMania only featured one cool character and all of the other side characters were dog shit and so boring and didn't have any like cool backstories. There was no rake. There was no fall guy. Holy fuck, that was scary. What the hell? So just WWE? Sidney Powell's not boring. Yeah, but that's on the other side. We're talking about that actually works against Donald Trump. Democrats don't really care about that shit anyway. But what you're talking about with respect to Sidney Powell is that's a Trump universe bad person. That's one of Trump's allies. That's not a good thing for Trump. I'm talking about like the Hunter Biden. I'm talking about like, what was it? The fucking Bruce Orr and Nellie Orr. You know what I mean? Like those guys are boring as shit. Those are supposed to be like the characters in the Trumpaverse that end up getting the Democrats indicted on conspiracy charges or whatever. Those people are not the type of people that you care about. Like even no matter how brain broken you are, the Trump cinematic universe does not feature any solid side characters, and all the solid side characters in the Trump universe actually end up hurting Trump because Rudy Giuliani is entertaining. Except that doesn't benefit Trump. That actually hurts him because Rudy Giuliani's doing a lot of fucked up shit. Roger Stone, entertaining. Not great for Trump right now because he's doing a lot of fucked up shit. It's easy to pay attention to the Trump side villains because they're entertaining. Mike Pillow, Mr. Pillow himself, entertaining, criminal. There is not a single character on the Trump cinematic universe that's supposed to be like the villains on the Democratic side that is actually good. They try to make Hunter Biden into a villain. He turned into an anti-hero with a fat cock and a proclivity to do crack cocaine on camera, usually around his weapons. All of his side characters are interesting enough to watch. Whereas none of the villains are good. You can't pay attention to them. Hillary Clinton, good villain. But that's like 30, 40 years of concerted efforts to like create conspiracies, some of which are true. You know what I mean? To make Hillary Clinton a viable villain. Barack Obama, he's black and was the president, enough to create a viable villain out of him. But those guys aren't on the forefront. And without a good villain, how the fuck is Trump supposed to keep people captivated on his audience? Joe Biden is the worst villain because he's such a boring old white guy. That's why they keep trying to fucking go back to Hunter Biden, who is entertaining, but doesn't have villain status. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you guys understand? Not enough good villains on the Democratic world have cucked the content watchers.
Then on page 15
you could disagree with that. You could disagree with that, but you don't arrest somebody over it.
But you can't disagree with the fact that he knew that he had lost the election because everyone in Christendom.
You're going to try to say that Donald Trump knew he lost.
There's no way.
They're going to try to prove that in court.
RFK will revitalize the TCU. Nope. See? RFK, not a villain. That's right. RFK, he's literally the dark horse. He's being celebrated by the Trump universe. They're not looking at him as a villain. They're looking at him as an ally. Another charismatic, telegenic figure. Well, not charismatic, but telegenic because he's out of his fucking mind. DeSantis is supposed to be a villain in the Trump world. Again, not interesting. Very boring. Trump might turn him into a funny little bitch boy, right? Because he has all the qualities to get slapped around by Donald Trump and take it and say, please, sir, can I have some more? But again, RFK is not even a villain in the Trump universe. All the Trump supporters love him. I'm willing to bet, and this is the funniest thing, I'm willing to bet that more anti-vaxxers are willing to vote for RFK than Ron DeSantis. How about that for a take? Cornish Jim Jam, thank you for the 50 Tier 1 gifted subs, allowing 50 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. There's a 3-minute ad break coming to you right now, unless you are one of the 50 people that just got gifted a subscription by Cornish Jim Jam. God damn. Ooh wee, baby. Is 3-minute ad break now. What happened to Hog Talks? I'm going to get back to that in a second.
Jessica, there's no way he's going to be proven that he knew he lost. He still thinks he's president.
Well, then the insanity defense is available. On page 15 of the indictment, for instance, they talk about what happened in Georgia. And co-conspirator number 2, who we know is Rudy Giuliani now, tells Donald Trump, the defendant, this is a fraudulent accusation at this point, and then he still went ahead and pushed it.
Maybe he disagreed.
That's an example.
So it's like the Russian collusion thing when Schiff goes in there and gets a briefing and then comes out and says
all
there's
I
collusion.
have heard from you is Hillary Clinton, Russia collusion. You cannot move on with your life. Move on. You got a new indictment.
Hold on. This is a 2.5-year-old story.
No. It's not. There's new information. We didn't have anything from Mike Pence.
You could just
the
create
fake
new
electors scheme is
Not fake.
committing
They were
crimes.
Trump electors.
And
All right,
also some of his strongest defenders, like Andy McCarthy, wrote this piece in the National
All right,
Review, which got taken
Jessica,
apart.
I have 2 other people at the table. And
I know,
they're
I'm
aching
so
to
rude.
speak.
I cut off everyone constantly.
That's so sad when you got to shut her down. My Ruby Pearl, thank you for the 5 Tier 1 gifted subs.
I don't know how anyone can.
Does she play the frustrated liberal on purpose? Yeah. I mean, that's her role. Her role is to be the liberal voice that normally gets slammed. But recently, she's actually been kind of cooking. So, ironically, because she's cooking, they have to shut her up every time. Like, Jesse Waters will literally be like, shut up, woman. Anyway.
Offness and the stupidity in
Let's get back to the fucking Hog Talks, baby.
this country has reached its peak. It is about the First fucking Amendment. It is not about Donald Trump. He has
His wife is driving the car as he's doing this hog talk because unfortunately he's gotten too many DUIs.
a First Amendment fucking right. You fucking assholes. If a chipmunk bit his own fucking nutbag, they'd indict Donald Trump for that. Do you understand what they are doing? Next, they come after me. Because I don't answer to nobody except...
Just because I fucking drove drunk into a playground that one fucking time, they're coming after me. Oh, I didn't know it was illegal, Your Honor. You fucking kidding me? Now I gotta blow into that fucking thing every 15 goddamn minutes, and I can't even go above 65 miles per hour. I can't even use my fucking toothbrush and mouthwash. The thing keeps beeping when I use mouthwash in the mornings. Get the fuck out of here.
The First Amendment. And then they're gonna come after you big mouth fucking liberals who love expressing your fucking dumbass grievances and squash that and indict you. Do you get it? Do you fucking get it? You all should think about the graves, the bodies in the graves of our soldiers, our men and women of the armed forces that gave their lives for us to use our First fucking Amendment. And it's being pissed on. Not because of these jerks.
They pissing on us. They pissing on our First Amendment rights. It's okay when the demon rats are pissing on our First Amendment rights. But when I whipped my dick out and pissed on the kindergarten after I drove into it while I was drunk driving, all of a sudden I get hit with a sex offender charge. Why is that allowed? Are you fucking kidding me? There is no God and no fucking justice.
Politicians who answer to the fucking George Soroses because you dumb jerk-offs don't understand how important this is.
Good impression added to the hog rotation. I mean, dude, you rarely ever get a Staten Island hog that good. You made it onto the Nolita Dirtbag IG. Congrats. Oh, God. What the fuck? Last night was a motion picture. The motion picture. I missed it because I'm not logged into Instagram. I can't see it.
It's kind of the catch-22, right? You're aware of all this shit going on, but you can't do nothing about it. I feel you, dude. I'm in the same boat. The answer is you don't stop going to work. You keep going like nothing's wrong for the sake of the rest of the people around you, the people that depend on.
No, I'm really a catch-22. You think they fucking know what they're talking about?
On you. You can't stop working. I'm not saying you should. Although it would really make me happy to see a couple 100 million people say fuck you to the government and start marching. You know, we're not paying bills, we're not working no more, fuck you. But until that day comes, you got to kind of keep playing the game, you know? So, I guess don't be too hard on yourself. We're all doing the same shit at this point. You must have money to survive in this world we're living in. It's that simple. Keep your head up.
Afford our rent. We can't afford our prescriptions. We can't afford insulin.
Uh-oh. Now, that first person is speaking facts, it seems, about material conditions. Let's see what this guy has to say about that.
Seems like a lot of pissed off humans in that video.
Humans?
I bet you there's a lot more. We don't need to wake anybody up anymore. Have you all hit your line in the sand yet? Are you done serving your...
Why is he only ear fucking my one ear? Like, he's only fucking my left ear. You know what I mean? Also, you know his ass is so soy and so Reddit. Like, the humans thing. And the fact that he thinks he's crafting this, like, anime villain monologue. Are you ready yet? Guess what? Pop your... crack your popcorn and sit back and buckle up. Because what's about to happen is going to be epic.
Oppressors. And they're right. And I'm guilty of it too. And my ego would say, well, I went to Ottawa. I had snipers on my back. But we went home.
What?
That's what I keep...
What? He had snipers on his back in Ottawa? What the fuck? Is this a Canadian trucker, dude? God damn, dude. These hogs, they're hogging.
I'm saying the problem is, now we've seen the riots, the revolutions in other places on Earth, and lies are being told about it to keep us, mainly in North America, Australia, and the UK, suppressed. Either in fear as to what will happen when we do rise up together, or in disbelief as to what's going on. France being a great example. Oh, it's the pensions. They're all just a bunch of wussies complaining about 2 extra years.
Oh, he hit that boot so fucking hard. Get out of here, man. Get out of here. Can't take you seriously. I'm sorry. Nope, not watching the rest of this. Can't do that. You can't be a hog.
Good morning, Patriot.
Canadian hogs are only frustrating to me when they make their way down to America and destroy American political discourse, okay?
Just so everybody knows, the American society, the patriots in America, the veterans of...
In your head, in your head, zombie, 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 hey, hey.
of America are resisting. They are resisting the establishment's plan. And Washington, D.C. is in full-on panic mode. They thought that...
Yeah, they're in full-on panic mode because a bunch of dudes with this haircut are making TikTok videos, dude.
Arresting Donald Trump and smearing his name would cause a deficit, or so to say. Or they thought he would lose followers. He would lose supporters. He would lose support in general. But all it's done is galvanize him. That's all it's done. People are waking up to this bullshit. And people know that...
Dude, wake up to the fucking bullshit that your barber gave you, okay? How about that?
Truth. There's so much truth out there if you look. The only way to fix America, the only way to guide us on the right path is to...
I love when people get mad at me because I sang fucking Cranberries or whatever, a zombie, because they're like, this is an anti-IRA song. Do not sing this. Like, dude, shut up. Okay? Calm down.
And who's...
Like, calm down, chatters. Okay? Chill out. You're a ridiculous person. Okay?
I have a question. We all know who's doing the things to the world and who's...
Bro, this... Oh, wake up, honey. New hog skull shape just dropped. Wowie. Wowie woo wow. What the fuck? My man looks like a hammerhead shark, but upside down. I don't know what the hell. Dude, that is a weapon, dude. He looks like Spider-Man's Rhino live action villain. He does. What is happening?
pushing for events to happen in the world. My question is, why are they still walking the earth?
Bro, it's not even a full cone. Look at that. It's like bumpy. Why does he have Tonka T style head bumps, but not where you would normally have the headset? He has like Tyler One head, like the bumps that he has, but on very different parts of his head. It's crazy.
Why are they still here? I have a question.
All right. On that note, I got to end it early here, folks. I apologize. I wanted to do a little bit more Hogwatch, but I guess that much is for tomorrow. I know. I'm sorry. I got to get back home. Okay? So I can make it to Leftovers on time. And also, so I can see my little baby Kaya. I miss her. So, love you guys. Wanted to do a quick, short, 4-hour banger. There's a lot more content coming up. Okay? You already know what it is. You already know what's going on. We're so back. And yeah, we're super back. And I'll be back. I'll be doing more shitty, low-intensity reacts. You already know. You already know how I roll, baby. That's how we do it out here. Bad reacts. Constantly leaving. Making everybody mad. Politics. We got it all. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
There is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming, reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips.